Okay, thank you. Hello and good evening. Welcome to the Thursday, December 17th, 2020 regular meeting of the Newark Unified Board of Education. Today we actually have quite the packed agenda. We do have a study session prior to the regularly scheduled agenda. In addition to that, we do have the swearing in of our newly elected board members, and that's actually where we will begin this evening. Again, the meeting is, actually the call to order is scheduled a little bit before the oath. I'm sorry, after. So with that, we will go to the initial item, which is the swearing in to the oath of office. And I will hand this over to our superintendent, Mr. Triplett, or that will be swearing in each of our individual board members.
Thank you, President Martinez. Good evening, board members, both returning and new board members. Superintendent Triplett. Also, good evening to community, to staff. Welcome to this monumentous board meeting. We're very delighted to have our new board members joining us this evening. So I will be going through and performing the oath with each board member that has recently been elected. And we can start. We'll go in order here. We'll start with Member Jean. And what I will do is I will state the oath, and then the board member will raise their hand and repeat after me. Member Jean, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And okay, here we go. I, Bowen Jean.
I, Bowen Jean.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies.
And the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies,
both foreign and domestic.
Both foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And just a little secret, Member Jean actually is able to repeat that entire oath without my prompting. He proved that to me earlier this week, but figured we would stick with protocol. All right, next up is Member Wen.
Hello.
Hi, Member Wen, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, here we go. If you could raise your right hand. I, Feng Wen.
I, Feng Wen.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, next is Member Grindal. Member Grindal, are you ready? Oh, good. We have some family members.
It helps to unmute.
Terrific. Okay, are we all ready?
All right, come here. Give me the other hand. There we go.
Perfect. All right, we got an awesome helper.
All right.
Okay.
I think it's Grindel, if you want to make sure.
Grindel, is that correct?
It's Grindal. It's Grindal. You have it right.
Grindal.
Grindel?
Grindal.
Just don't call me
All
late to dinner. That's not fine.
Okay.
All right, here we go. So I, Terrence Grindal,
I, Terrence Grindal,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you, Alida.
Well done. All right. And last but certainly not least, Member Hill, are you all ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. If you could raise your right hand. I, Aiden Hill,
I, Aiden Hill,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely and without any reservation or of mental, what was it again? Sorry.
mental reservation or
Mental-
purpose of evasion,
Mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
All right, congratulations.
Great. Thank you.
Welcome to all new board members, and we are delighted to commence with this new cycle.
Absolutely. Thank you. I too am very excited. We have a full board and got lots of work to do. So we'll go ahead and get started. And with that, I'd like to call this meeting officially to order. It's 6:13 and Ms. Gutierrez, if you can roll call, please.
And I'll start with Member Zhang,
Here.
Member Nguyen,
Here.
Member Grindal,
Here.
Member Hill,
Here.
and President Martinez.
Here. Thank you. Okay, and so we move on to item 3, which is the approval of the agenda. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as is?
I move to approve the agenda as is.
May I have a second?
I'll second that.
Member Zhang moves, Member Grindal seconds. And we will be voting on board docs, correct?
Both board docs, and I will be doing the roll call vote.
Okay. I think, and I'll go ahead and I'll do the roll call just in the spirit of process. Member Zhang,
Yes.
Member Nguyen,
Yes.
Member Grindal,
Yes.
and Member Hill.
Yes.
Thank you. And so the motion carries. The agenda is approved as is. Okay, before we move to our study session, we have one more special item, and that is item 4, which is the honoring of our board member. Again, as I mentioned earlier, of our retiring board member, typically the process is that we'll call the outgoing board will open the initial meeting, and then we'll, after the swearing in the process of the meeting, then those outgoing members step away. In this instance, because of COVID and our new board member was already officially sworn in, we wanted to, before we get into the business of the business, recognize our outgoing board member, which is Mr. Rodriguez, and as you know, we had some time to bid him goodbye and a good retirement from the board. But in this case, we did want to call back Mr. Ray Rodriguez, and the specific action here is that we recommend and approve resolution 2020.21-015 honoring board member Ray J. Rodriguez. And with that, I will hand this over to you, Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Martinez. I think you said it quite eloquently. It was wonderful to celebrate Member Rodriguez at the last board meeting, and to have an opportunity to hear from family, friends, board members, staff, and community members regarding the outstanding and incredible service that Member Rodriguez has given to the to our district and our city. We did, given that Member Rodriguez was on the board for over 20 years, we really felt like it was important to do something extra special that I don't believe we've done prior, and that is 20 years of service warrants if nothing else, certainly warrants a resolution. And so that's why we wanted to bring that back today to do a formal resolution to appreciate you, Member Rodriguez. The one thing I think is that has still is going to remain a point of debate even after this is exactly how many years, because there's people who say 26, there's people who say 25, people who say 24. But I think the main point is 20 years or more of service is an absolutely tremendous contribution to the community. And we just all want to give our deep appreciation to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. And I originally ran for the board 26 years ago, and then I had to run again. And so I was sworn in a little over 24 years ago. So, and it's been such a honor to serve the kids of Newark. I first did the oath when I was 19, and I ended up in the Marine Corps. And so I was brought up by my dad, and who served the community. He was a teacher, and served on different boards. And it's, you know, with my kids being in the school district, and you know, my 5, 6 grandkids that have some that have finished and 4 that are still in Newark at Snow Elementary, which they'll be going over to Graham in September. But as Terrence know, because you know, when we go back away, I just, for whatever reason, every 4 years I couldn't say no. Okay, and I intended to just serve a couple of terms, and here I am. And every time a new superintendent came in, they asked me to stay. And I told Dr. Triplett that, you know, once I saw the 6 people that were running for school board, and including Ms. Clinton and Ms. Gadoya, I knew that it was time. And When I first ran, there was about, I think there was 11 of us that ran for different positions, and 4 members actually got voted in. And we had a member that had been there a while, like member President Martinez, who's the oldie now of the board. And I feel very confident on the new board that they'll serve our kids properly. And it's always easier from the outside looking in. And now you're going to understand all the things that you go through. But my advice would be to every opportunity you get, see some kids, go with the superintendent, visit classrooms. We have to do it virtually now, but don't just attend board meetings and do all that. Visit PTA meetings. You have to call in and let them know you're coming, but just stay involved and remember when things get real tough and everything, and you're going back and forth on different issues, as long as at that time, you refocus on kids and the reason why you're a board member, right? You run, everything will be fine. And I'm always going to be available. I'm not retiring. I'm only retiring from the school board.
Yeah.
I still have an insurance office that I run. So I wish it, maybe in a couple of years it'll be a total retirement.
Yeah.
But President Martinez, the last year I've seen your growth, and I'm very confident that you'll be able to lead our new board members and our new superintendent and new admin secretary, or the superintendent's what we call the boss lady. And then Marie, the business office, and I know we're going to have somebody coming in at HR. So it's exciting to know that people want to serve kids.
Yep.
And thank you for the resolution. I appreciate
Absolutely. These are exciting times. And I did want to I just wanted to take a minute. Let's just read it. I know, I'm always trying to watch time, but I think this is important that we take a minute to go through and as we traditionally read out resolutions. So can I ask if...
Do you want to take the motion and vote?
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's getting ahead of myself. So yes, I would ask, I would entertain a motion to approve the recommendation to approve resolution 2020.21-015, honoring board member Ray J. Rodriguez. May I have a motion and a second, please?
I move,
I
to
move
approve.
that we approve resolution 2020.21-015, honoring board member Ray J. Rodriguez.
I'll second.
Okay, member Zhang moves, member Nguyen seconds. Let's go ahead and take a quick vote. Okay, and we will take the voice vote. Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
I vote yes to honor my friend Ray Rodriguez.
Thank you. Member Hill?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Motion carries, so the resolution is approved. And
You repeat your vote.
oh, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to show the resolution. I keep my one-track mind today. There we go. Thank you. Okay, and with that, if member Nguyen, would you like to please read the first 2 paragraphs?
Sure, I'd be honored. Newark Unified School District Board of Education resolution number 2020.21-015, whereas Ray J. Rodriguez has served the students of Newark Unified School District as a member of the Board of Education for 24 years, and whereas Ray J. Rodriguez has been a loyal and dependable board member, having contributed countless hours of service in an effort to improve school district programs, and
Member Grindle, would you read the next one?
Absolutely. Whereas Ray J. Rodriguez has devoted significant time and effort serving as a representative of committees such as the Mission Valley Regional Occupational Center, Program Governing Council, the Regional Policy Board of the Special Education Local Plan Area, and previously in the City of Newark Unified School District Liaison Committee.
Member Zhang?
Whereas he has been an active leader and participant in numerous community organizations, including the Hispanic Community Affairs Council, Music for Minors, Second Chance, Legal Volunteers Newark, Avanzando, Family Bible Fellowship of Newark, Tri-Cities Community Development Center, Alameda County Private Industry Council, Alameda County Mental Health Board, Camino Nuevo, and has been Santa at numerous special education holiday events for over 15 years. And
Member Hill, the next paragraph.
Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Newark Unified School District does hereby congratulate, commend, and express its deep gratitude and appreciation to Ray J. Rodriguez, for his service to the school district and community, and
be it further resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation and best wishes for the future upon his retirement from the Newark Unified School District Board of Education, and that a suitably prepared copy of this resolution be presented to him as a token of our great esteem and appreciation, passed and adopted by the Governing Board of the Newark Unified School District on the 17th day of December 2020 by a vote of 5 yeas.
Thank you again. I'm going to exit, and I will come back during public comment because I wanted to share a couple of things with the new board. And again, my sincere appreciation for doing this, and I'll be available to all of you if you want to chat with me at any time. And of course, we have to wear our mask, right?
Absolutely.
Right?
Okay. Thank you, Member Rodriguez, and we will hear from you in public comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, public comment. Let's see. Do we have it, Ms. Gutierrez, as we move to item 5, do we have any public comment on the board study session?
None.
Was that a no?
No comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we move to item 5.2, which is study session on combination classes. Before we get started, just giving where we are on time, Superintendent Triplett, we are 30 minutes into what a typical 1-hour study session is. How much time do you anticipate, just so I could manage folks' expectations? It's okay if we slide everything a little later, I just want to make sure folks know.
Sure. I think we can probably do the presentation in approximately 10 minutes, and then, or maybe 15, and then it's really about the discussion. So I think if we all hold ourselves to that 30-minute time, I think we can probably do it.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure. I know this is an item that's been asked for some time. So I just want to make sure that the board members feel that we are having enough discussion time. So if we need to extend maybe 10, 15 minutes, I think that's okay. Just wanted to put it out there. Okay. All right. And so with that, Superintendent, I'll hand this over to you for the presentation on combination classes.
Wonderful. Thank you, President Martinez. I'm going to put on my clock too, because you all know I'm a talker, just to make sure we get done so that there's time for discussion. So before I put up the deck, just wanted to give a little framing. I know that throughout the recent history that many different elementary schools have had to have combination classes, meaning students from 2 grades combined into 1 classroom. So that's maybe a 5th grade, 6th grade combined classroom, or a 2nd and 3rd grade combined classroom, or what have you. And so the purpose of this study session is, 1, to go back and look at that data and see where those combination classes were, at what schools, at what grade levels. And I know that there has been concerns by community members, by schools, by board members around, are these combination classes equitably distributed throughout the district? And so I think that's one of the purposes of this session, is to really look at that data, see, are there any inequities there? Is there anything that we should really be conscious of and make decisions or even policy based on the anything that seems like it's inequitable or in need of revision? So I'm going to go ahead and put the deck up, and I'm going to I'll start, but then we a number of different staff members I'll call on to chime in at certain points. So like I said, this is the study session for around combination classes in elementary schools. And the goals are to, number one, define what is a combination class. Two, understand how districts and our district determine when and how to form a combination class. And then three, to inform the board about the last 3 years trends in our district. And actually we've extended that to 5 years, just so that we can look at some longitudinal data. So first wanted to share that just the laws around class size ratios. So then this is state mandated that grades TK through 3, there's a 26 student or less ratio, a 26 student maximum. For grades 4 through 6, there's a 31 student maximum, and grades 7 through 8, 27 student maximum. For combination classrooms, the ratio at any of those different grade spans is 2 students less per classroom. And the reason being that the teacher has more things to juggle, and so having less students is a reasonable thing to support the process. The Newark Unified School District's mission is to maintain a reasonable enrollment figure in each elementary classroom so that all students receive appropriate instruction, attention, and assistance. And so combination classes are necessary for these reasons. One, because we need to implement state laws which limit class size in grades K through 3. 2, to provide reasonable class sizes in grades 4 through 6. 3, to accommodate school growth, and then 4, to adhere to district budget and establish financial stability and fiscal solvency in order to drive continuous improvement. And so why are they necessary? They're necessary because they're formed in order to equalize class size and avoid overcrowding. So sometimes we get a situation, and you'll see it in some of the data, where there's a full class, and then we have additional students at that grade level that don't make a full class, sometimes as small as 2 or 3 students, in which case to have another teacher is a use of resources that actually puts a real strain financially on our system. Formed in order to equalize class size and avoid overcrowding, state law limits class sizes at different grade levels. And I should say here, I should have started with this actually, is that I do have 2 daughters, not in Newark Unified, but in Oakland Unified School District. And my daughters in elementary school were in combination classes. And I must say, when first my wife and I learned of that, one of our daughters was going to be in a combination class, there was an initial reaction of like, "Oh, that doesn't sound good. What's wrong? Why? What's wrong? But the principal explained it, and we became accustomed to it, and it ended up in all cases, and it happened I think 3 times. It ended up being a wonderful experience. So I know there is apprehension about combo classes, but it also is something that is it's really an opportunity to in a lot of ways. So we have a lot of information here on this. I won't read it all, but essentially this is some of the explanation around how children are taught in combination classes. And so some of the things are that teachers can group students in different ways. It actually creates some flexibility for some students at one grade level and other students at another grade level to actually be combined in some cases in small groups that really support them. And then it also allows in some circumstances teachers to specialize in a given subject area and team teach with another teacher so that the group goes to one teacher for certain subjects and the other teacher for others. And it also allows for, sometimes there is the certain grade level of that combo class goes to another teacher for certain times and then comes back for others. So there's lots of different ways to sort of flex the learning opportunity, whole group, small group, individual instruction. And not to say that this is easy, because it's definitely a challenge for a teacher, but it also can be a really valuable experience for kids. How are students selected for placement in combination classes? So teachers and administrators work really carefully to select students assigned to these combination classrooms. And some of the placement criteria includes students' academic success, students' ability to work both responsibly and independently, students' ability to work cooperatively with other students, prior teacher recommendations, and of course, efforts are made to place all students in classrooms where they will succeed. So there's an emphasis on mastering grade level standards, achieving personal excellence, and becoming responsible decision makers as goals for all of our students. And then lastly, there's consideration for the opportunities for both academic and social enrichment as an integral part of the combo classes. So ways that parents can support their students. I didn't get this slide when my children were put into combo classes. It would have been helpful possibly. Number one is parents really, it's really helpful when parents exhibit a positive attitude about this placement. And two, visiting the classroom, really understanding the instructional program, becoming familiar with the teacher and the other students really helps parents to better understand the situation. Encouraging their child to take pride in their classroom, take advantage of the unique opportunities, making additional friends, and then helping the child understand why it's important to develop those friends and bonds across different grade levels is actually a really valuable life skill. So I'm going to turn it over here. We're going to dive into some data. I'm going to turn it over for this slide to our Chief Business Officer, Ms. Dela Cruz, who will explain a little bit about sort of an example. I don't think this is a real live example, but she can correct me if I'm wrong, of how we have to navigate projections and then address different possibilities for combination classes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Triplett. And I may have grabbed this from maybe an existing projection, but around January and ending in February, we start our enrollment projections and what we call our staffing allocations so that we can determine how many teachers we will need for the following year for all of our classes. So first of all, this is a projection for TK through 6th grade. And in this example, we go through what we think the number of students will be in each grade level. So in this case, you know, we're looking at a TK class of 17 and then kindergarten with 48. And first grader, 64, second grader, 54, third grade, 43 students, fourth grade, 45, fifth grade, 53, and then sixth grade, 33. So for the total enrollment at this school is 357. And these projections come from our demographer as well as existing cohorts. So going, you know, for example, you know, we'll have our kindergartens going to first grade and we just kind of roll them over to the following year. And then our demographers also add some other methodologies in there. So first of all, let's look at TK. So when we say we're looking at a projection of 17, we start building our classes. The first class we max at capacity. So obviously with 17, it's within the maximum class for TK. So that will build one class and one FTE, which is a full-time equivalent, one teacher. And then in the kindergarten, with 48 projected, so we fill the first class at 26, and then you'll see that the next class will be at 22. So basically, we're going to need 2 teachers for 48 students. And there is an opportunity to balance those out, but this just kind of gives us an idea of how many teachers we will need for the kindergartners. And then the first grader, this is when you'll start to see how we have to take into consideration the third class. So with 64 first graders, we can fill one full class of 26. We can fill a second class of 26, but now that leaves us with 12 students. So we have to look at the whole enrollment projection. So, but if just based on this, you can see that building one class with one full-time teacher in first grade may not be fiscally responsible. So, you know, we look at then the second graders with 54 students, you have your 26 with the first class, and then your second class at 26, and a third class would only have 2. So this is when we look at, okay, do we combine the 2, the first and second grade? Do we hire one additional teacher just for those 2 students, or maybe we pay overages? So in this particular case, we determined it'd be best to do the combo. So we do the same exercise for the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, and 6th grade. And again, when we get to the 5th and 6th graders, you can see where the second class of 5th graders would have 22, and the second class of 6th graders would only have 2. So again, considering whether you obviously can't have a class with just 2 students, and there's an opportunity to combine, you know, those 2 with a 5th grade class, you'd have your combo 5, 6. So in this particular sample, there's a total of 15 full-time teachers that would be allocated to this particular school.
Thank you, Ms. Dela Cruz. And maybe questions, but if it's okay with the board, we'll get through, and then questions if there are any we can address at the end. Wanted to share. So this is the overall data from the last 5 years, starting back in 2016-17, and you can see that what we showed here, and what you'll see in a minute, is the number of schools that were impacted by combination classes, and then for those schools, the number of combination classes total for all of those schools total. And so you can see that in general, the number of combination classrooms has decreased a little over time, although there's that anomaly of 2018, 2019. And then I'll go relatively quickly through these different years, particularly the later years, because I see we're running up against time. But what you see here is the number of combination classrooms in 2016-17. And so those are the schools where there was a combination class. Those are the grade levels where those occurred, and then the number of combination classrooms at those schools. And so you can see for the 2016-17, both let's see, Kennedy, Music, and Schilling had the highest number of combination classrooms, 3 and 4, and then the other schools had 1 combination class each. That changes slightly in 2017-18, but do take note of the schools that we're talking about here, because I know that's one of the questions and concerns. Are particular schools always the ones that that have combination classrooms, or does it fluctuate every year, or is it only certain schools and certain parts of the city that have combination classrooms? Then this is 2018, 2019. And at this point, you can probably see some patterns developing BG, I believe it's BGI, has a combination classroom almost every year, as does Graham. And I believe in the prior year, also Schilling. Then you have last year, and you can see, with the exception of Snow and 3 combination classrooms, all the other schools had 1 or 2. But again, you see some patterns developing around which schools are every year having combination classrooms. And then this year. Less schools, but at each school, 2 combination classrooms, with the exception of Kennedy, which had 1. So that's the data. And then the last slide, we just wanted to really talk about some of the factors that we know are contributing to the need for combination classrooms. So first of all, wanted to just address, because I do think this is a really important thing for the board to be considering, and we'd really like to bring back some ideas at upcoming board meetings in January or February, that currently we don't have a registration window in Newark Unified. So that was actually new and different for me coming in here, because I've always been accustomed to districts having a window. So there's a starting point to the registration process, and then there's an end date. And if you register after the end date, of course, you still there's still a place for you, but it's not necessarily at your home school. But in Newark, what we currently have is there's a start date to registration, but there's no end date. And so anytime family can register and expect that they will have a space in their home school. So as when you saw those places where, the sample, where there was maybe two students extra at a given school, that would be a case where 2 students, 2 families came maybe later, but yet we have to give them their home school, even though we know that this creates a challenge around combination classes. So late and incomplete registrations is a big factor. Sometimes we receive registrations that are not complete, and then it takes quite a while to go back and try to collect the information to make sure that we can actually accurately register the family. Because of the lack of a window, it makes it very difficult to accurately predict each grade level cohort size. And so if we had a window that closed even as late as say April or May is pretty late, but even as late as May, we would be able to then start to predict and then staff according to what we knew was going to be the size of classes at the schools. But without that, it makes it much harder. And then we don't currently have a confirmation process for the upcoming school year. And what that is when we call the families that have registered after the window, make sure that they are in fact coming, make sure that they are intending to enroll in the school where they've been assigned. And we continue to do that throughout the spring and the summer. It helps to then really be accurate about your numbers when you enter the fall. That is the presentation. I apologize. I said 15 minutes. I think we went over. But want to open it up now to board members for questions, and then really discussion around guidance around what the board would like for us to be doing in terms of possibly revising the enrollment process.
Yep. Thank you, Superintendent Triplett, and you only went up over by a couple minutes.
Okay.
Do you have any initial questions or comments from our board members?
I have a question.
Sure.
I do think that it is a valid point that we do need to look at how enrollment is being processed currently, especially if there is no deadline or the window is too large, that it does create a lot of confusion in terms of like staffing for staff, and it does put a lot of strain on staff. I've seen it at the elementary schools, and so I would really appreciate it if we could take that into consideration and reevaluate that process. And I think that gives staff a better time frame to be able to staff accordingly, and also make arrangements for class sizes to be optimal. Yeah, I definitely agree. And then I know that in the past they have sent home, when you say there's no confirmation process, we've always gotten a letter at school. I mean, I can't say if everyone, but asking families if we are returning into the district. So that has happened. So I don't know if we didn't do it last year because we were in the midst of the pandemic, or so that we can get a true number. But I know that in the past that we have had that. So, but it was on paper form. I know it wasn't through the registration process. So, but I think last year we had to register earlier. And then I think that was how they confirmed that we were going to be staying in the district. But yeah, because there was also switched over to the online registration process too. So within the last 2 years. But in regards to the sample sizes for the classes, I know that looking at the sample numbers, I know that I mean, obviously, yes, we have to be mindful of how we staff in terms of FTEs, but looking at the numbers just through that one sample, we're still within the range of being able to fill the classes. But yes, I understand the need for combo classes and why we have to staff it that way. But hopefully with a change in the way with enrollment, that can possibly change and also decrease the number of combo classes at the home schools.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. Any other questions? I have one, but I rather, Member Grindle?
Would help if I unmuted. I certainly support the idea of a registration window with a firm deadline that will help you to be able to manage this more effectively. So I don't think you're looking for a vote, but but certainly that concept is certainly worth pursuing greater.
Thank you, Member Grindle. Yeah. Member Hill?
So yeah, and I'd like to echo Member Grindle and Member Nguyen that, yeah, I think that a registration window makes sense. Just a question, I think that you had identified that the community has had some concerns about whether equity is being observed in this process. And I think that, I mean, I'm not super familiar with the statistics, but from what I'm seeing, it does seem that this is broadly cutting across all the schools. So that there's not really an equity issue, it doesn't seem. But my question is are there other concerns that the community has raised? And are there other options that the community has raised that we might want to just hear, as we formulate policy?
Yeah, thank you, Member Hill. Should I respond now to that, President Martinez? Is that okay?
Sorry, I'll go off mute. Yes, I think that's important. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. And then also with us tonight is the Director of Pupil Services, Ms. Leon. So feel free to chime in, Ms. Leon. Yeah, there have been some different, I believe there's been one occasion where a PTA actually sort of, I don't know, augmented, might not be the right word, but financially supported the some percentage of an FTE to enable the school to not have to do a combo class. I think that happened on one occasion. I wouldn't recommend that. I think that does start to raise up equity issues because if one PTA can afford that and another PTA cannot, then that becomes problematic, I think. Ms. Leon, did you want to add in any other thoughts about that?
No, but I had a comment to, or I wanted to answer Member Nguyen's comment about the form the intent to return form. Can I just add something to that? So not every school's doing it, because you did mention you received it, and not every school's doing it. And it was my understanding, because this is my second year here now at Newark. My understanding is that they got away from that once they went to online registration, because it was confusing families. They thought that by submitting that, they didn't have to go online and do their online registration every year and renew the registration. So they went away from that. However, I am planning to go back to that and make sure that once we sent that to families, in the bottom, we make it clear that it's just an intent to return. However, this is not your registration. We'll still follow up and make sure families go in there and register their students and update all their emergency contact information.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Leon. And then just for Member Hill, just in terms of other options, I mean, I think the other option that we've made decisions on in the past is to, despite extremely low enrollment for a given cohort, that we keep the teacher, we fund the teacher in that position. And obviously that has some major financial ramifications, because we're funded, and our ADA is really based on maximizing our class size. And the minute that we're not maximizing class size, then we're getting to the situation financially that really has gotten us into the structural deficit, I think, that we're in.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, I also wanted to, I think, weigh in on I'm glad that you all shared the data, because I think there was that perception that it was happening in, only 1 or 2 schools, but, we're seeing it, and it's not surprising, right? I mean, we have, that's part of all these discussions we've been having about low enrollment at each of these elementary schools. So if you don't have as much of your, as big a cohort, it's almost like it's bound to happen, right? I happen to be a big fan of combo classes. I don't know if the teachers that had my kids were, but both my kids were spent 2 of their years in combo classes. And I just actually, those were, in my mind, those were my favorite years, or at least where I really saw them grow. So, obviously, if we need to have them, I think I'm glad you also shared the selection process, because it was a little bit of a mystery. I too was like, oh my God, what's wrong with my kid when this happened? So that was really good for you to share, so that all of us as parents and community members understand that selection process. But at the end of the day, I too want to echo what other members have said. I think that we do need to put some boundaries on the registration, so that it allows you all to do the best job in planning from a planning perspective. So I'm not sure what next steps, Superintendent, would be on that. If you all would bring back a proposal at some point, for us to consider.
Yes, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Leon, but I believe that it would require us to modify board policy around enrollment. And so if the board feels that this is appropriate, we could certainly review, revise, and then bring that back to the board for approval.
Okay. I think that.
Oh, sorry. Is that correct, Ms. Leon? We would be required, we would need to revise the policy.
I have to check the admissions policy that we just passed, but I'll check it, and if that's the case, we definitely will revise it and bring it back.
Okay, very good. Any other questions or comments? Oh, sorry.
Yes, I just have one last one. So in terms of like the way that the classes are structured, you guys always in the first classroom, you maximize it based on the regulatory standards of TK3 26, and then the second classroom. And then if there's overflow, then that's considered the combination class. But after that, then the balancing happens, correct? You guys rebalance the classes. Okay.
Yeah. But of course, we can't move someone who's in a seat. We can't like sort of extract them from the seat and put them in another school. And so that's the,
no, I mean,
not that you were suggesting that, but I'm just saying that that's the challenge, is we know that that's not okay. And so,
no, I mean, rebalancing for that site in terms of like not the first class is not staying at the maximum allowed student, but lowering the class sizes so that, so that it's evenly balanced throughout.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying, Member Nguyen. So yeah, so if the first class we maxed because of allocation purposes at 26 and the next one had 22, the actual class would probably be more like, 24, something like
Correct.
that.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, let's
Okay.
see.
Yeah.
And as part of the enrollment, or the enrollment meetings we have prior to school starting, HR, Ms. Dela Cruz and I sit around the table and we look at the classrooms. And when those changes need to happen, I usually call the school and say, make sure you change 2 students from this class and, even out the classrooms. You got to balance the classrooms. And then they do that.
So I guess my next question, is there any consideration in terms of like maybe having a lower classroom size for school sites that have higher numbers of English learners?
It's something that we could, as a district, do. It would be a financial investment. So we need to. I think that the key is that when we do that, I think it definitely should be intentional and strategic. My recommendation is that happens for intervention classes, so that whenever we have an intervention class, that we can hopefully provide a smaller class size for that intervention so that those students get more individualized support. But it does cost. It's definitely an investment of resources that we just need to decide to do. I think it could be a good investment. There has been a lot of research around the efficacy of class size, because it was conventional wisdom for a long time that smaller class size is better. But there's a considerable amount of research that says that actually there is a threshold, of course, but that in general, the class size ratios, going below those ratios in a gen ed classroom don't actually impact student learning. So I think it's up for debate, obviously, but it is something that there's been a lot of research on.
Okay, great.
Dr.
Thanks,
Triplett,
Jay.
can I add something more to in regards to combination classrooms? It is also worth mentioning that currently, if a classroom gets between kinder and second grades gets selected to teach a combination classroom, then the number automatically changes from a maximum of 26 to 24. So no more than 24 students will be allotted to that classroom. And in regards to upper grades, it's still two less students than the regular number.
Thank you, Ms. Vedder.
Well,
And,
one remaining question for
Sorry,
Mrs. Dela Cruz.
hang
So-
on. Okay, sorry, Member Grundle.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance. to
Go
ask.
ahead, Member Zhang.
Yeah. So
Plenty of
Go
time.
ahead.
before the summer 2019, the board voted on paying overages for TK3 over 26 up to 29, and for 4 to 6 is maximum 29, but up to maximum 31 up to 33, I believe. So anything above 31, we pay the overages. And later on, we have a round of collective bargaining agreement. Can Mrs. Dela Cruz remind me again about from that round of collective bargaining? What is the the boards decided not to set the cap on or the maximum cap. What is the current cap? Is it still 26/29 for TK3 and 29/31 or something?
You know what? I think Ms. Saavedra is more familiar with that in terms of the overages.
Yes, anything beyond 26 students, it's considered over an overage, and in the upper grades, anything beyond 29 would be considered an overage.
Okay, I see. So
And up to 32, sorry, yes.
Yes. So that means based on this chart, we do have 4, 5, 6 that's paying overages, even though the other classroom didn't only have 20 or something.
Generally, when we find ourselves in having to pay overages, we do, this is where we start moving people around and we start balancing classrooms. And sometimes after the 17th day of school, when it's hard to move a student out and have them start over with a new teacher. So we take those things into consideration, after the 17th day of school.
Yeah, I mean, because looking at the sample projection, it's just you have you have a second class that's half full, but the first class is paying overages. I mean, if the sample projection turn out to be reality.
Correct. And so in those moments, in those instances, that's when we start balancing classrooms in order not to pay the overages.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. And I think that's a lot of the, right, I think the difficulty in not having those dates, right, to make sure that, and I know it just because from our home school is you get these late enrollments and this is their school, where else are you going to do? And we end up in an overage situation. So, it kind of really comes back to full circle to, we really need to take a look at that. Member Grindle, go ahead.
Not at all. So maybe it's a big can of worms, but just to sort of lay it out, as we start doing schools that are specialized like dual language learning, there's going to be more interschool transfers that are desired by people. And if we ever get to a baccalaureate program or things like that, that's going to happen even more. So that adds an extra complication. You could prioritize students that were from schools where you're going to be having to have combo classes. So I just wanted to raise it as yet another complication and opportunity that we'd have.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Could I just, thank you, Member Grindle. I think that's really true. We have been discussing that in particular with the dual language immersion program that we'll discuss later today. That if we get to the point, and I actually think it's a good problem to have, where we have too many families and not enough spaces, then we would most likely start to do a lottery system for spaces. And we'd have to have a whole process for that. And obviously we need to be very transparent upfront about how that works and all that.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't want to open a whole can of worms, just a point.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Any other burning questions that the board has or comments for Superintendent Triplett? Okay. All right. So Superintendent, it looks like, so thank you for sharing that. I think, again, we've been, anxiously awaiting some of that data. Really look forward to some of your recommendations on how do we get our hands around those timelines for enrollment so that you all can have more time to plan.
Terrific. Yeah, thank you, board members. And we'll come back. We'll take it to the workshop and figure it out, and then we'll bring back something for the board to review and make a decision on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. All right. And with that, we're going to move to closed session. So before I enumerate the items that we will be discussing in closed session, let me ask Ms. Gutierrez, do we have any public comment on closed session? Ms. Gutierrez? No? Okay. Thank you. All right. So with that, we will be, before we adjourn or recess to closed session, we will be discussing item 6.2, public employee discipline dismissal release. 6.3, conference with labor negotiator, employee organizations, NTA and CSEA. 6.4 is conference with labor negotiator, NUMA, unrepresented supervisors and contracted management. 6.5 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. 6.6, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. 6.7 is student discipline or other confidential student matters. Termination, expulsion of order E1819-17. 6.8, also student discipline or other confidential student matters. Termination of expulsion order E1920-04. 6.9, student discipline or other confidential student matters. Termination of expulsion order E1920-07. And with that, we recess to closed session. And just as guidance to the rest of the new board members, I did send an additional link. Please go to that link, and then we will return to this original link for the continuation of the meeting. And thanks so much. And with that, at this point, we recess to closed session. Thank you. 7:09. Hey, Bowen.
I guess it's really because of the COVID-19 lockdown. Right, normally at the end of December, you only see 4 participants in the meeting.
A reminder, we are live.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, are we recording?
We are recording and we are live.
Okay. We'll give it another minute for a few more folks. I think we're just waiting on Ms. Dela Cruz.
Yes, she's with us.
I could not see her. Okay. All right, so welcome back. We are reconvening to open session at 8:23. We apologize for the delay. Just had quite a bit of discussion in closed session. The first item is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked Member Zhang if he can please lead us in the pledge, and if we could all just stand, please.
Okay, can we get the flag turned on? I mean, can we get the flag?
Ms. Gutierrez, oh, there we go.
Okay, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And
and to the republic for which it
For which it
stands,
stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member Zhang. And with that, the next item is reporting out on closed sessions, and there were no reportable actions taken in closed session. And we move to item 9, which is recognitions and celebrations. 9.1, school spotlight, Kennedy Elementary, Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Martinez, and again, good evening to everyone. As you all know, every month we spotlight a different school so that the board and the community has a chance to learn a little bit more about the amazing things happening at all our schools. And so this month we have a schedule, and this month we're delighted that Kennedy Elementary is the school that we'll be spotlighting, and we have our new principal, Mr. Soria, who has been doing a fantastic job. And we're delighted to have him here today to share out some of the exciting things. Mr. Soria, I think you're on mute.
Okay, let's try it again. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, thank you. All right, good evening, Newark School Board, President Martinez, Dr. Triplett, and all the Newark staff and community members. I am going to share my screen and present. Here we go. Hello again. I'm Jaime Soria, and I am the principal at Kennedy Elementary. This is my first year with Newark Unified, and I'm both excited and proud and honored to be here this evening to highlight many of the great things happening here at Kennedy this school year. We currently have approximately 390 students, outstanding students that we're so proud of their efforts that they're making this year, and thankful to our families for their continued support. I would like to begin with our school mission. It is the mission of Kennedy Elementary to ensure high levels of learning for all students and to foster a community built on respect for one another. The school mission will hopefully be captured in tonight's presentation. Our site instructional priorities are aligned with our district priorities. Our site, the first one is student engagement through rigorous instruction, standards-based instruction, assessment for learning, and social emotional learning and mental health wellness. Before I talk about some of the pictures on the slide, I would like to share our latest data from the California dashboard that shows Kennedy performing extremely well. And 3 of our 4 performance indicators, they show that Kennedy is in the blue, which is the highest performing area. And those areas are chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, and math. And in ELA, Kennedy is in the green. So there's a lot to be proud of for all the hard work of our students, families, the previous principal, and of course, our fabulous Kennedy staff. The reoccurring theme for tonight is what makes Kennedy great. And you can see here a couple of pictures. The picture here on the left shows a former Kennedy student who is now a senior at Newark Memorial High School. This is Doug. And for his Eagle Scouts project, he created an outdoor classroom for all of our classes to use. He built the student and teacher benches at home. And he coordinated with our maintenance staff, which Doug gave a shout out saying that they were very helpful. And, we now have an outdoor classroom for our students and teachers to enjoy. Doug, if you're listening, as well as his parents, thank you. The picture on the right shows one of our teachers, Mr. Poon, greeting our families on the first day of school, which really has set the tone for where we are now. Our first instructional priority I'll present is student engagement through rigorous standards-based instruction. Our teachers and students are embracing technology. Our students are utilizing Google Meets and Zoom, which our teachers are providing, and they're really utilizing the online features, such as like they're raising their hand, muting their mics, and waiting for their teachers to give them the go to share, because they definitely want to share. Their cameras are on, and they're using the chat feature as well with the guidance of their teachers. Our teachers and support staff are meeting with students in small group instruction, which is very important in this current setting that we're in. It's really happening in our instructional blocks where teachers are meeting the target needs of our students. Not only are students engaging in ELA and math lessons, but they're also participating in science and PE, and our English learners have ELD. Big Ideas Math is our current math curriculum, and Studies Weekly and Scholastic News are being integrated in ELA synchronous sessions. As you may have heard of Flipgrid, this is another way that we're providing student engagement using online tools. So, our teachers are utilizing this. Our district TOSA team is supporting us in trainings. And here we have a photo of both a writing sample and a Flipgrid sample here. And this is Montana, one of our 4th grade students in Miss Babbitt's class. And she wrote a fictional narrative and created a Flipgrid video of her reading her narrative, and she turning it into her teacher. So I'm going to play about 20 seconds of the Flipgrid so you can get an idea of the capability that it has. Click here.
This is the obstacle course by Montana Moresi. Ring, ring, ring. Hi, Ashley, said Amanda. Hey, Amanda, I said. You woke me up. Sorry I woke you up, but do you want to go to an obstacle course? Said Amanda. Sure. But it's 8 o'clock, I said.
All right. So thank you, Montana, for doing a fantastic job with that assignment. And really, sometimes when we think of student engagement, we think of the synchronous sessions when students are with their teachers live. But Flipgrid is an online tool that can support our asynchronous learning time. And as you can see here, students can record themselves in different ways, different grade levels that teachers can hear, and they can turn it into their Google Classroom to their teachers. So it's a fantastic tool to use. And then also the final bullet there is our virtual field trips. A lot of our classes have went on virtual field trips this year, and we're looking forward to attending more. All right, assessment for learning. So our teachers are collecting and analyzing student data to drive instruction, and we're balancing both qualitative and quantitative data to plan lessons and in response to that data. So we're constantly checking for understanding, both informally and formally. Some informal examples, our teachers are having our students simply showing like thumbs up or thumbs down. Maybe it's use of whiteboards or fist of five, as well as exit tickets. So the important thing is that we want to, our teachers are providing timely feedback to our students, whether it's an email or like more formal, like a progress report or report card. But really that feedback is super important. Our school site is utilizing a program called eSparks, and this supports our English language arts as well as our math, and we're also using that for assessment. Some district-wide assessments that Kennedy we're using is Illuminate and iReady. A lot of this serves as the summative assessments. I mentioned that quantitative data, so this really helps in that area to really get baselines as well as create some ongoing assessments for our students. We're utilizing G Suite's platforms such as Google Forms, Docs, and Slides. And today our teachers just participated in a training where we're learning a lot more features, especially with Google Forms that we could use and utilize with our students to assess learning. And then all of our teachers are using Google Classroom. That's kind of been our home base for our students here and families. The picture there shows Leo. And Leo here, he is a kindergarten student in Miss LaFrance's class. And what they did an art activity during a synchronous lesson. And Miss LaFrance had a extension activity afterwards. And really, it was to demonstrate like their artwork from a book, Chicka Chicka Boom Boom. So you can see there Leo using construction paper, tape, and magnetic letters there, demonstrating his artwork there. I believe it's in his garage there. So fantastic job there, Leo. For social emotional learning and mental health wellness, we are a PBIS school. So we have a committee that we meet monthly, and we're really focusing and acknowledging positive behaviors. So we also participated in assemblies, which the focus was with digital citizenship. And we were highlighting the themes of PBIS, which is be safe, respectful, responsible, and we added being kind online. So our students are really demonstrating this. So we acknowledge them. We had an opportunity for some of our students at different grade levels to participate in a lunch bunch group, and we got to play games and competitive games online. So that was a lot of fun. We're meeting bi-weekly with a cost team, and that is our health and wellness coordinator as well as our parent partner. And we are meeting to support any students that need social emotional learning and mental health wellness support. A lot of our teachers received training in mindfulness last year, so many of our teachers are utilizing that in class. Really important thing is the check-ins with students. A lot of our teachers are meeting with students before the live sessions and even staying with them after to answer questions and support. Some teachers even have times allotted in their district distance learning schedule, office hours to support our students. The big thing is that we're available for our students and families. We're currently working with student services on attaining a school counselor. So with that, the school counselor will be shared at 2 schools, Kennedy and another school site in our district. So here the hope is for the health clinician to be working at all 3 levels, pushing into the classrooms and our PBIS behavior model here at the tier 2 level, working with student groups. And then also at the highest level, tier 3, working individually with students as well as supporting students in crisis. And last but not least is our fabulous student council. That's a video that I have here for us that I'll play here shortly. And just to tee it up, we had Red Ribbon Week in October, and our executive student council here is acknowledging, just like we were talking about with PBIS, acknowledging our students' participation. So they had an opportunity to dress in different, I guess, thematic clothing, and really it was really to show like our support in fighting against drugs. So here's a video here of our executive student council.
Hello, I'm Yana Balaker, your City Council President.
Hi, this is Alyssa Nunez, your Student Council Vice President.
Hi, this is Ekam, your Student Council Secretary.
Hi, this is Adis, your Student Council Treasurer. And today we have the results for the week. The winners have received candy cane as a prize.
For third place, we have Miss Lumler's class.
For second place, we have Miss Pagan's class.
And for first place, we have, drum roll please, Miss Chavez's class. Yay! Congratulations to
everyone who
participated in
Red Ribbon Week.
Thank you.
All right, fabulous job there. They were intermediate students in our student council, they're our executive student council, and you can see there that they're really supporting and acknowledging those positive behaviors. We also have student samples here from kindergarten and first grade. The top one here is students in Miss Chavez's class, and the bottom is a first grade student in Miss Pagan's class. So really, also in November, the big theme was to really express what we're thankful for. And you can see there, kindergarten students have some turkeys there that they expressed what they were thankful for, as well as some fantastic writing there from our first grade student in Miss Pagan's class, really writing and expressing what they were thankful for during that time. So fabulous job. Oh,
hello
again, sorry. All right, so for our next slide, I thought it was nice to really ask the question, what makes Kennedy great? So with that, I thought it was really to ask our students and staff this question and capture some of the responses using word art. So let's see what some of our students said when I asked them this question. And really, you can see here that a lot of our students said that they really learn a lot from new websites, especially since learning from home, that students feel comfortable here at Kennedy. We have nice people, and they really enjoy the good friends, that they feel safe, and that we have amazing teachers, and that we're an anti-bully school, and that there's a lot of fun events happening here at Kennedy. So as you can see here, there's a lot more captured in this word art, but as you can see here, our students really have a sense of pride with Kennedy, and they have a lot of positive things to say about their experience here. So the same question was asked of our Kennedy staff, and with that, I asked the same question, what makes Kennedy great? So you can see it captured here, the word art as an eagle, which I also have a Kennedy eagle behind me as well. And let's see what our staff had to say when I asked them this question, what makes Kennedy great? We really value parent involvement, that parent involvement is very valued. And there's a sense of family. And here you can see a team member saying that they're proud to be a part of the Kennedy community. Hardworking parents, staff and families look out for each other. So definitely some strong sentiments that we have for our Kennedy community. Amazing staff. At Kennedy, we promote a positive atmosphere. We truly care about students' well-being, and there's dedication. So thank you, staff, for participating and really expressing what makes Kennedy great. And if I may add to what our students and staff shared, our PTA is very supportive and goes over and beyond to support our students. Our art volunteers are teaching lessons online, And we're doing our best to get materials out to our students. And we're making all the necessary adjustments to succeed in this virtual learning environment. So the picture on the left shows a drive-through art show that was hosted by our PTA in October. And this was a huge success. Our PTA organized and displayed the art out in our parking lot, and we staggered our times in the afternoon for families to drive through and really see all the art and the safety of their vehicles. So it was very impressive to see. The picture at the top right is it really shows how Kennedy is great and how spectacular our students are. In this screenshot, I'm joining our young authors here, and it's for a book reading. They had an opportunity to share their books that they wrote, and they got published as a picture book. So I'm holding them up there, a few of them, and they're making their way to local libraries nearby. So we have Alonzo there at the top right-hand corner. He's a 4th grade student in Miss Pasercio's class. And he wrote his book, and it was titled Famous Blue Man, which was inspired by, you maybe have seen it, those inflatable tube men that you see as advertisements. So he wrote a fantastic story about that. His sister is at the bottom left-hand corner, Gabriella. She's a 2nd grade student in Miss Limler's class. And she titled her book, Sugar Beats Lazy. And it's a fantastic story about a cat trying to overcome laziness. And then finally, we have Puran here, who's a 2nd grader in Miss Kava's class. He got to read his book. It's a Christmas story that involves Rudolph and Santa. And his book's called Hidden in Hugs. And just to give a little teaser about the book, let's just say that Rudolph, he's not a fan of cold weather. And really, in closing today, I added a picture there of Miss Chavez, one of our kindergarten teachers, joining her class for a Google Meet session. And we actually had a very special visitor. Believe it or not, Kennedy is so great that even Santa visited her class. It's a little hard to see, but trust me, Santa's there. And our students, kinder students, had an opportunity to have a conversation with Santa and talk online. So with that, I want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to share some of the fantastic things that's happening at Kennedy. I want to wish everyone listening happy holidays, and I hope you have a restful winter break. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Soria. Could you, if you could just take down the screen for a second, and I think your screen is off. If you, I don't know if you're able to turn your screen on.
My screen.
We can't see you.
There you are. You guys didn't see me. I'm sorry about that.
The whole time.
The whole time. Oh
no,
my goodness.
We were excited to see all of your materials.
Okay.
No, welcome,
well,
welcome.
That was the main purpose there.
Hello, Mr. Soria, and welcome. Thank you for such a great presentation. I'm just going to open it up for any of the board if you wanted to either ask any questions or comments to Mr. Soria.
Did I miss anything? I thought initially, Mr. Soria, this is Member John. So I thought you were talking about dashboard, and then there was. Did we miss looking at the dashboard from Kennedy? I guess. Or we didn't.
Yeah. So I did not include any visuals for the dashboard. I was just speaking to it. But yeah, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Okay, that's fine, because you mentioned that Kennedy was doing incredibly well. So
yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
So I was lucky enough to go and participate in the art drive-through, and I was able to get one of the pieces, Mrs. Chavez's kindergarten class. I'm redoing my room, so I had to take it down, but that I really did enjoy that, some of the amazing artwork from the students, and to see all the PTA members out there being very supportive of staff and of course all the students. So that's a great event, and thank you for all the hard work that you're doing there, and being a new principal over at Kennedy in the midst of a pandemic. So we are excited to have you on board.
Thank you, Board Member Nguyen, for even joining us. We very appreciate it. You participating and joining us for our art show. Thank you.
I also wanted to express my appreciation. You're coming in new and it's not the easiest time, but clearly, you've hit the ground running. So thank you for continuing to support the families and our kids and continuing, I'm sure, the great performance that they've had over the years. So thank you. And thank you for the presentation. Very much appreciated.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Principal Soria.
Okay, I think if no other questions or comments, we will move on to the next item on the agenda. And that's employee organizations. And Ms. Gutierrez, do we have representatives from our three groups?
We have representatives from CSEA and NUMA. Mr. Rose, please move Ms. Eustace, please.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Eustace, you're on mute.
And I got off to such a good start. Okay.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome to you too. I'd like to take and say good evening to all of the board members and Dr. Triplett. I'd like to welcome the new board members and the returning board members and Elisa Martinez as well. It's good to have you all there. I would like to make sure, I missed the last meeting, and I would like to thank Ray Rodriguez for all of his years of service. And I think he's been around almost as long as I've been around. I also would like to thank Jessica Cervedra for her years of service and working with CSCA. It was really appreciated. She made an invitation couple of years ago about trying to work together, and she followed through, and I really appreciate all of the efforts that she put into working with CSCA. It is really appreciated. And she's going to another wonderful chapter up in San Lorenzo, and I think she will enjoy some of the members up there. I would like to take and update you. We had our chapter meeting, our monthly chapter meeting on December 14th, and we did approve the MOU on COVID-19, our second one, returning to school. So that has been approved, and I gave that information to Debbie Romero today, and so hopefully she gave it to Jessica because we weren't able to get together. She wasn't able to be there because she's so busy. So I would like to say that we also have elected our new members of our executive board, and they will be installed on January 11th by our regional representative, Cindy Ornelas, which is in San Lorenzo. That's where she's from. So your president for the next 2 years is Sue Eustace. Your vice president is Maria Huffer. Your secretary is Sarah Kieser. Your treasurer is Adrian Notare. Your sergeant of arms is Janelle Guzman. Your chapter communication on doing the newsletter is Angela Lee. Historian is Pat Doyle. And our chief job steward is Katie Gilroy. We will be at our next meeting in January, on January 7th, we will be appointing all of our committees. And so that will be something I can report at that time. I'd like to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, or whatever holiday that you're celebrating at this time of the year. It has been a difficult year. I'm looking forward to the new year, and hopefully that we're going to be able to get out and actually see each other in person. But until then, happy holidays and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eustace. Happy holidays to you as well. Thank you. Next speaker.
We have speaker from NUMA, Dr. Wendy.
I actually see Mrs. Catherine Ingham Waters raising her hand.
Ms. Gutierrez, will it be Ms. Ingham Waters?
It's Miss Ingham Waters who's going to do the NUMA update.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wendy. Okay, then, thank you.
It's me.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Triplett, and members of Executive Cabinet. On behalf of NUMA, we want to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues in NTA and CSEA for their continued work and support of our families and students during distance learning. We would also like to welcome new board members, Grindal and Hill. Thank you for representing and supporting our community and school sites. We would also like to thank Ms. Jessica Saavedra for her work as Executive Director of Human Resources. We wish her well on her next adventure. NUMA is also working on award submissions for two of our colleagues, Mary Sayers in Child Nutrition and Dr. Wendy Castaneda-Leal, Principal of Schilling Elementary. Both of these outstanding leaders are part of the Association of California School Administrators, ACSA, and we will be submitting their names as nominees for the Region 6 Awards for 2021. A new year brings about reflection and goal setting for the future. One of NUMA's goals for 2021 is to highlight outstanding administrators in all of the departments that make up Newark Unified School District. So in the coming months, at our board meeting updates, we will be highlighting leaders in the business office, our behaviorists, our IT network manager, print shop supervisor, just to name a few. Thank you for allowing NUMA to share the good news and updates of its group. We wish you a wonderful, restful, and safe holiday season and happy 2021.
Thank you, Ms. Ingham Waters, for everything you and all of your colleagues do for our families and our kids. Thank you so much for being here this evening. And have a wonderful and restful holiday season. Thank you. Okay. And Ms. Gutierrez, you said that's it, right? Nobody from NTA? Okay, thank you. All right, and with that, then we move to item 11. So this is the annual organization of the Board of Education. So we've got quite a few items that we need to get through here. The first item is 11.1 is the receipt of the certification of the election results, which includes the official canvass for the November 3rd, 2020 general election for the Newark Unified School District. May I have a motion and a second to approve?
I move to approve 11.1.
Thank you. Member Nguyen, may I have a second? I'll second.
Second.
Oh, okay. I'll cede to Member Hill. So Member Nguyen moves, Member Hill seconds. Before I ask for a vote, are there any comments or questions regarding the attached certification? If not, we will move for the vote. Ms. Gutierrez, you have sent us the board docs link. We can all please vote there, and I will ask for the roll call vote. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Grindal? Yes, okay. Member Hill?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So the motion carries with a unanimous vote. Thank you so much. Okay, the next item is the election of the officers. So the first one is the president. So the recommendation is that we approve the appointment of a new Board of Education president per our bylaw 9100. We do use a rotation for identifying who the next president will be. And per the rotation and per the previous clerk of the board is typically who then rotates into the president role, that would be Member Zhang. So I would like to nominate Ms. Gutierrez. I think procedurally I can go ahead and nominate, correct? Member Zhang to become the new board president for the next school year. May I have, can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. All right, any questions, any debate? If not, I would like to ask for a vote to confirm Member Zhang as the next board president. Okay. Okay, and now the voice vote. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So the motion carries unanimously. So Member Zhang, you will be our next president, beginning with our next meeting in January. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next one is the office of the clerk, the officer of clerk. This is an interesting one. I'm going to ask Ms. Gutierrez to help here. Again, we follow the governance handbook in this particular rotation. And so I will go ahead and ask you to based on the election and the verbiage, who is up for that role, because it seems a little bit off. So I will ask you to mention that for us, please.
Sure, sure, no problem. So in this case, based on the governance handbook, and I'm also trying to get to that same spot, but based on the governance handbook, there is words that language that says that newly elected board members go to the bottom of the list. And based on those newly elected board members, the order then gets determined by the number of votes. In this case, just going again by the letter of the handbook, Member Nguyen did not run as an incumbent. So in this case, Member Zhang would be an incumbent. So he keeps his position in the rotation. And then all newly elected members, including Member Nguyen, would go to the bottom of the current members, which then all go under you, Member President Martinez at this time. So the new rotation, the new lineup would then be Member Zhang as president, Member Martinez as clerk, Member Nguyen, Member Grindle, and then Member Hill.
So that is per the governance handbook. Can we change that tonight, or does that have to go through a change of the governance handbook in case, let's just say, we want to not do that?
So those are the rules that that the governing board is abiding by. However, these are your rules. So if tonight you wanted to do something differently, you could nominate a different person if that's the action that you wanted to follow. And if the rest of the board members approved, then that action would be permitted. And then it would just be recommended that the governance handbook be updated accordingly.
Okay.
Yeah, so like after hearing the explanation from Mrs. Gutierrez, I think that given that the presidency is sort of round robin, so it makes sense the clerk position is also round robin. So I thought a more reasonable approach is whoever just serve as president automatically goes to the bottom of the list for the next clerk because you just serve as president. So I guess given that we have technically 4 new members, so I guess the seniority on the board is probably a more natural order to determine who will be the next clerk. And for people who are actually elected the first time together, then in that case, whoever got a higher vote might make sense. So in this case, I would assume a more natural order of the succession plan will be I'm the president, member Wen will be the clerk, and after that should be member Hill to be the 3rd person in place. And then member Grindal will be the 4th person in place. And President Martinez just finishing her presidency should be at the bottom of the list.
If that is the case, that is completely changing the rule in the governance handbook, which again, it is your handbook, so it will be permitted. However, I do recommend that there is an update to that handbook.
Yes.
Okay.
Within the next agenda item.
Yeah, because it is interesting. I understand it is interesting that because technically member Wen didn't run as the incumbent. I ran as the incumbent, but she didn't run as the incumbent because if she were run as the incumbent, she should be in the member Grindal's position, which in that case she should be naturally 2nd in order. Yeah, so it is an interesting development in this case.
Right. So we're learning as we go with all the language in there. But so thank you, Ms. Gutierrez, for again bringing forth. Here's the based on the current language. My recommendation, I think that in the spirit is to make it for these roles to be rotating. So I too agree that I think Ms. Member Wen should be the next clerk, and then with assuming the rest of the board agrees, and then of course we would have to make the modifications to the governance handbook. Forthcoming.
And would member Hill and member Grindal be comfortable with the placement I just announced? Member Hill will be 3rd in line and member Grindal will be 4th in line. Yeah. And member Martinez will be at the bottom.
I would like to state that based on that, you are completely changing the rules because the rule you are currently following, because one of the rules that you guys currently follow is that the votes are taken into consideration.
Yeah, it has to be vote. It's votes during. So for now, if this is okay, because we are scheduled to meet as a board in early January, right? So if we can, if we wanted to change additional language, because there is language with regards to the vote count. So if I think if we all agree for now, we can at least the clerk for this year, if we can agree that would be member Wen. We'll modify the handbook to reflect that change in the language. And then we can further, if there's we as a group can have additional discussion, Member Zhang, whether there's additional changes forthcoming.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay.
And just for the record, that I make sure I get this correctly, we will select, we have selected president to have president is Member Zhang. We have selected the clerk. We are nominating currently the clerk to be member Wen. However, the order of the next 3 members, we are not deciding right now.
Correct.
Okay. Can I move that that member Nguyen become the clerk?
Yes.
Wait, don't I get a say in this?
Thank you, Member Grindal, for bringing us back to keep moving. You don't get a say.
I don't get a. Well, I don't get a say. I actually was gonna defer to the language, and I was fine with it, but I guess I don't get a say, so it's okay.
Well, you get 1 vote.
I will vote no for myself.
Yeah. Okay, so Member Grindal moves to the nomination is for Member Wen to become the next clerk. Member Zhang seconds. If we can go ahead and get a vote. Okay, let's do a voice vote. Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Wen?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So the motion carries unanimously. And Member Nguyen, you are our clerk for our next school year. Congratulations.
I didn't want to let you down, President Martinez.
You will never do that. Okay, next item is the appointment of the superintendent as the secretary of the governing board. This one I'm going to obviously this is straightforward. May I have a motion and a second to approve appointing our superintendent, Dr. Triplett, as our board secretary?
I move to appoint Dr. Triplett as the board secretary.
I'll second. Member Zhang moves. Martinez seconds. Okay, if we can go ahead and get the vote. And I'll ask for a voice vote. Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Sorry about that. And my vote is yes as well, so the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, board. I'm honored.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Again, I apologize. I'm trying to, and I to everyone, I apologize. I'm trying to get my yelping dog corralled. Okay, the next item is the adoption of our governance team handbook. This is our existing handbook that we have. It's quite a few years old, and this is the one, the document we referenced earlier in the rotation. If you all got a chance to see it, there was a couple of modifications. At least the cover page has our names on it, but then the page that needs to reflect the change in the sequence of president is page, I just got page 11. So I suppose then in this instance, Ms. Gutierrez, for the previous appointment to be valid, we would have to modify this motion to adopt the current governance team handbook with the modification on page 11. Would that be okay? So that would be the motion that I would be asking for, is the approval of the governance handbook with the modification on page 11 to reflect the language that allows for Member Nguyen to be the next clerk.
Also, there's one other modification. I think the agenda packet in the current handbook says that we should receive it no later than Friday, but because that's initially because it was a Tuesday meeting, and now I think that needs to be changed, but I don't remember which page it was on, so I apologize for that. So I can get that to see it offline. Ms. Gutierrez offline.
It's okay. I can note those changes and look at it.
Okay.
Look at it and make it.
Thank you.
I think it would be best also if a modification can be included to ignore the current board leadership rotation rules to be amended soon. Some language around that.
So maybe a bit broader with yeah. Okay. So.
So moved.
Okay. So let's get the motion that you've got there, Ms. Gutierrez. I think that's what we want to make sure that was your intent in cleaning the language up, right? So the governance handbook with the, did you use the word suspension of the?
No. So ignore. So currently I have modification on page 11.
And page 9.
To reflect the appointment of the clerk. Ignore the current board leadership rotation language.
Okay.
And modification on page 9.
Yes. It's the first bullet under before the board meeting, board members.
Okay, thank you. All right, so would you like to move again, Member Grindle?
Can I just say, as I did before, that I move the motion that's described by
Yes.
by Lucia?
Yeah, absolutely.
I do.
Thank you. I just wanted to get clarity on the motion. And may I have a second?
Appreciate that.
I'll second it.
Member Nguyen seconds. Member Grindle moves. Member Nguyen seconds. Okay. Let's vote. Okay. Voice vote. Member Zhang.
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
Member Grindle.
Yes.
Member Hill.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well, so the motion carries unanimously. We approve the governance handbook with the modifications described. Thank you. 11.6 is the adoption of our policies and bylaws. May I have a motion a second to approve, to adopt the Newark board bylaws as our governing policies?
I move to approve.
Thank you. Member Nguyen?
I second.
Member Hill seconds. Okay, and let's vote. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well, so motion carries unanimously. Thank you. 11.7 is setting the time for the meetings. The recommendation is that the board approve the time of the regular meeting open session so as to start at 7 p.m. and end at 10 p.m. I have a motion and a second.
I move to approve.
Member Nguyen moves.
Second.
Member Grindle seconds. Okay, Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So that motion carries unanimously. And setting of the regular meeting dates for the 21-22 school year. The recommendation is that the board approve the dates of regular meetings for the 21-22 school year. Again, these remain on the Thursdays. May I have a motion and a second to approve?
I move we approve the days of regular meetings for the 2021 to 2022 school year.
Thank you. I have a second.
A second.
Member Zhang moves. Member Nguyen seconds.
And if I may, President Martinez, I
Yes.
do I did want to note that the second meeting in April is during the spring break. And usually there's some direction given from the board, whether you guys want to have a meeting during the school's scheduled spring break, if you wanted to move it, or if you just don't want to have a meeting at all and you only have one meeting in April.
Well, I suspect with the amount of activity that we're going to be having coming into the end of the year, Superintendent Triplett, that we probably want to have that on the calendar.
Yes, I do recommend that we move it to a different date, but that
Okay.
we maintain the number of meetings.
Okay, so yes, Member Hill?
And do we have the opportunity to add dates as needed if circumstances come up?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Special meetings.
Or special, we can definitely call special meetings. So let's then make the modification that we would, will be looking for an alternate date for the April 21 meeting.
Do you
Is
want to
that
schedule
the
that?
motion?
Do you want to schedule that now? We can select either the second week or the fourth week, or do you want to talk about it later?
Well, if we do it now, then we could just, the motion can then reflect the revised here. Or is everyone okay with just picking a date now? very
Well,
quickly.
I also thought by our traditional protocol, we don't have meeting in the spring break, so it will just be one meeting. I think that's the sort of the old way of doing things.
I think it was just to add clarification, President Martinez, that you said because of the amount of work that's going on that you're going to need a second meeting. So it would right now is just to get clarity whether the second meeting would occur on the second week of April or the fourth week of April.
I don't recall, Ms. Gutierrez, did we have a meeting, to Member Zhang's point, during spring break last year?
It did not happen during spring break. So we ended up having 2 meetings in April. All the meetings were as scheduled occurred because it did not coincide with the scheduled school spring break.
Okay.
I'm not sure how this works in our Robert's Rules of Order, but why don't we simply delete that meeting and we can always call for a special meeting if workload requires.
You beat me to it. I was just going to suggest that way we don't actually identify a date now. Okay. So, but we do need to, then the motion just shows that the April 21st date will be replaced at a later date. Right? Do we need to rescind and repeat the motion, or can you take note of that, Ms. Gutierrez?
So currently I have note that we will be deleting the meeting on the 3rd week of April, which is April 21st.
Got it. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so we've got a motion on the table, correct?
Motion by Member Zhang, second by Member Nguyen.
Okay, very good. All right, let's please vote. Okay, Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So the motion carries unanimously. Okay. All right. So the next set of items are, and how are we doing on time here? Are the appointments to the different board committees. And so the first one is the appointment to the board representative to Mission Valley ROP. And if you look at the attachment currently, the primary representative was Mr. Rodriguez, and I was the alternate. I would like to continue with ROP, so I would like to say that I would like to be the representative unless somebody strongly disagrees.
I can be the alternate. I'm actually pretty interested in that Mission Valley ROP thing. If I would wish I can be the representative, but being alternate is fine as well.
I'd move that Member Martinez would be the member and Member Zhang would be the alternate.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Member Grindle moves. Member Nguyen seconds. And you got the motion, Ms. Gutierrez? Okay. So we could vote. This is good water. Sorry, I was on mute. Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well, so the motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is the board representative to the SELPA. Currently, which is our special education local plan area. That was the same combination this last year where Mr. Rodriguez was the representative and I was the alternate. Does somebody wish to be the primary? If not, I don't mind sliding into the representative role.
Well, I actually wanted to be the representative for the SELPA.
Okay. All right. So, so Member Zhang, I'm okay with that for sure, being the representative. Anybody want to be the alternate? If not, I will definitely step into the alternate role. Okay, I will, so that would be Member Zhang as the primary and Martinez as the alternate. May I get a motion, please?
Go
ahead.
I move to nominate myself being the representative and President Martinez being the alternate member of SELPA.
Second that.
Thank you, Member Zhang. No, son, sorry. Sorry, my son. Member Zhang moves. And who seconded? I'm so sorry.
I did.
And Member Grindle. Yeah. Okay, good vote. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next committee is the appointment to the Newark Teacher Induction Advisory Council. We actually don't have anybody identified at the moment. The previous one was our previous board member. Does anyone want to raise their hand for this particular committee? There's and this particular one, there's not. Was there, Ms. Gutierrez, you can probably speak to it. How frequent were the meetings for this one?
I just gotta make sure I'm not on mute here, sorry. These are, I almost wanna say that the goal is to be quarterly. Because of COVID last year, I think they met twice. But the goal is to meet quarterly. The time is flexible. Ideally, they'd like to meet in the mornings, but they are flexible depending on the full committee's availability.
Okay.
Hey guys, Member Hill, maybe given your professional background, this might be a very good committee for you.
The issue is I'm teaching during the mornings.
Ah, I see. Is this meeting during the morning or?
Currently, they were held in the mornings. Again, they have expressed flexibility to be able to accommodate to all the members' schedule, especially again, right now with COVID, they have additional flexibility.
Yeah, that's been kind of my issue too. I mean, I'll certainly be willing to step in, but you know, it would definitely have to be afternoons, or if they're scheduled way in advance, maybe around a lunchtime area, I can make that happen. So that's if no one else is raising their hands, at least for now, until maybe we get more familiar, and we can always revisit if somebody else wants to take this role. But for now, I will nominate myself to be in the advisory committee. We don't have to pick an alternate if we don't want to at this moment. We could always come back.
It would be ideal to have the alternates and everybody in their place, just so, because otherwise we'd have to bring this agenda item back. But it's
which is okay. We've done that before, just because I know that when we were new, there was some questions about, well, I'm not quite sure if that's where I want to be. So if
I'll volunteer to be the alternate.
Yeah, okay. So Member Martinez is the primary, Member Hill's the alternate.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Sorry, who made the motion?
So I think I made the motion.
Got it.
And Member Grindle seconded. And if we may vote, please. Okay, Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
And Member Nguyen?
Yes. Before we move on to the next item, can we go back to the set regular meeting dates? I think the 21, 22 dates are.
That's correct.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Member Nguyen. I was about to jump in as well. The dates that are on the agenda item appear to be incorrect. So I do think we'll need to revisit those dates. I think those appear to be the dates from last year.
We could pull this entire item and bring it back.
Okay.
Yes, let's do
Yes,
that.
please.
Oh, okay. We
Is
had
it-
both years on there. I knew that we were going to add a different section. So if they're incorrect, let's pull. So, okay, hang on. Where were we? So we finished with one item. So we're going to go back.
Sorry about that.
No. Thank you for calling our attention to that. That was obviously a miss. So in this, if we're going back here, then that would be item 11.8. And so do we have to then rescind the motion procedurally? What do we need to do?
I guess given this is being voted on by the majority, any one of the member in the majority can bring it back. It will just be bring it back, right?
Yeah, I think you technically have to rescind. You have to make a motion to rescind it, and then you can have a new motion to bring it back.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. So who made the motion and the second, Ms. Gutierrez?
Motion was made by Member Zhang and second by Member Nguyen.
Mm-hmm. So if
I'll rescind the motion.
I'll second that.
Mm-hmm. And you rescind your second? Okay. All right. And so then at this point, if Superintendent, if you'd like to then, well, at this point, we have to bring it back. Right? It's no longer a poll. So.
Yeah, we apologize for that. There seems to have been some miss there. There won't be any conflict with spring break. The first meeting is April 1st, and then the following week is spring break, and then the next meeting will be after spring break. So we'll bring it back and get it all cleaned up.
Okay, so we will bring this item back at the next meeting. Correct? That would be the expectation. Okay. Okay. The next, so going back to item 11.12, how are we on time here? We need a board representative to the audit committee.
I'd like to volunteer for that.
That was Member Hill.
I would like to stay on as the chair of that committee.
I will not be on it anymore. And not allow, but of course I would, I appreciate Member Hill stepping up and wanting to be a part of that.
So here's my only comment, Member Zhang, is I actually used to be the chair of this committee, and the recommendation from our previous board member when I became president was that it was going to be quite a bit. And so, obviously that I'll kind of let you all hash it out, but my recommendation is that that Member Hill take the primary seat, unless you really want it. I mean, I'll leave it up to you, but that's just kind of my advice based on the amount of time you're going to be spending in the president chair.
If I may, right here, I'm looking at the chart, and it requires 2 members.
Yeah, so
it would be 2 members and
the alternate
and the third alternate.
Oh, gotcha.
the chair is actually not that much different from the other regular member.
Yeah.
So it's not
That's right. There is a chair. That's right. Thank you.
I'll be the alternate.
Okay, fantastic. So Member Zhang and Member Hill will be the 2, and then you all can decide once you're there who the chair is. and member Nguyen will be the alternate. Okay. May I have a motion and a second supporting those nominations?
To point of clarification, don't we need to say who the chair is?
No, the committee, it's coming back to me. Once they get together and meet as a committee, there will be a selection of the.
I was just reminded before this. I think there might be a charter that said the board president doesn't sit on the audit committee. If there is something like that, then I cannot be on the audit committee. I don't know whether anybody can verify that for me.
There's a charter, but it was with regard to being, at the time I was the chairperson of that committee. So like I said, that's just more of my guidance. I'm just suggesting it. But to answer your question, Member Grindle, there will be a meeting and then there will be a nomination of who would be the chairperson of between the two board members at that time. That's how it happened when I joined.
Thank you for clarifying. I just want to leave them without direction. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. Okay, may I have a motion and a second, please?
I move that we accept the audit committee with Member Zhang, Member Hill, and myself as the alternate.
I would second that.
Okay, Member Nguyen moves, Member Grindle seconds. Member Zhang, how do you vote? Oh, sorry, we're gonna do the. Okay,
Yes.
Member Zhang. Okay, yes. Member Grindle.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
And that's okay. Member Nguyen.
Yes.
And Member Hill.
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So the motion carries. Okay. The next item is the board representative to a bond or parcel tax committee.
President Martinez, I would like to know that this is an ad hoc committee.
Okay, yes, thank you. This versus the other ones that are standing with the charters. Okay, is there, let's see, the last committee, or it was the beginning of a committee, and myself and the previous board member were on there. Are there a couple of you folks that want to be on this ad hoc committee? And again, the difference is with these ad hoc committees, there is a beginning and an end. There's an output versus an standing. Yep.
I'm interested in either joining or being an alternate.
Okay.
And President Martinez, there are two members that joined this ad hoc, so we could have a third alternate.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so at this point, it would be Martinez and Grindle. Okay. May I have a motion and a second to approve?
I move that we nominate President Martinez and Member Grindel onto the Bond and Parcel Tax Ad Hoc Committee.
I second.
Thank you. If you may vote, please. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So the motion carries. Thank you. Member Grindle and Member Martinez are on the Bond Parcel Tax Ad Hoc Committee. 11.14 is the appointment of the board representative to the Newark City Liaison. Currently, we have Member Nguyen and Member Zhang on that committee.
I would like to stay.
I would get off that committee because generally you don't have presidents serving in the liaison committee, and I guess Member Grindel actually privately expressed his interest about joining this committee. I don't know, is this still true?
And I would like to add that this one also has two members and one alternate.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, Okay, Member Grindle's interested. Member Nguyen, you'd like to stay?
Yes, please.
Okay. I don't mind being the alternate if that's okay, unless Member Hill really wants it.
Go for it.
Okay, so in this case, it would be the primary representatives would be Member Nguyen, Member Grindle, with Member Martinez being the alternate. Okay, may I have a motion and a second to approve?
Sure, I'll move.
Grindle moves. Member Grindle moves.
I'll
I'll second.
Who second?
I did. Okay, Member Zhang,
Yes.
Member Grindle,
Yes.
Member Nguyen,
Yes.
Member Hill.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well, so motion carries. Okay, the last two are actually to disband a couple of ad hoc committees. The first one was the Governance Handbook Committee. This was, again, the Governance Handbook is typically created and developed through a study session with the entire board. In this case, our intent was to try to bridge the gap between the 2017 and the current board, but there was so much change that we really never got the traction. So we'd like to, since we're going to be meeting in January, we would actually like to disband this committee. May I have a motion and a second to disband?
So question regarding
go ahead.
Question regarding going forward, how do we change or add certain items onto the board governance handbook?
As a board, I mean, obviously any one of us, any couple of us can bring a change forward, and obviously we all vote. Ideally, right, if you recall from the last training that we had a year ago, the idea is that we have these, these annual sessions. We try to get it as close to where we need it, and then any modifications throughout the year should be minor, but of course we as a board would have to all approve them. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. May I have a motion, a second to disband this committee?
I move to disband Governance Handbook Committee 11.15.
Thank you. Member Nguyen moves. I second. If we can please vote. Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries. The Governance Handbook Committee is disbanded. 11.16 is disband the Communications Committee. This also was an ad hoc committee. This was, for those that weren't here, was an attempt to, we weren't having much communication at all from the district out, nor from this one in particular from the board. So we had gotten together with a previous acting superintendent about some ideas on how we might do this. So this is how this particular committee was born. The idea was to come up with a format. And then again, that just really never got traction. I think that obviously that's one of the goals that the board has given the superintendent for this year. So we recommend that this committee be disbanded. Yep. Go ahead, Member Hill, you have a question?
Yeah, and so just to clarify, just as with the other topic, this doesn't stand in the way of us bringing this up at a board level to discuss, communications issues or initiatives. It's just eliminating a specific ad hoc committee.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
I move if that's, unless Terry really wants to move. Oh, sorry.
I just want to reiterate the comment that Member Hill just made. Communication and marketing our brand is very important. Certainly doesn't need to be this committee, particularly since it was created for a different purpose. But I just want to stress how important it is for us to support the superintendent in marketing our marketing what we offer to the community. So so I think if Member Hill already moved, I would second that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Member Hill moves, Member Grindle seconds. If we could please vote. Member Hill, how do you vote?
Sorry, yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. So the motion carries unanimously for 11-1-6. Okay. So just looking at the time here, it's 9:42. We still have.
Well, 8:42.
Yeah, you're in a different time zone.
Sorry, I'm in a different time zone. It's 8:42. Never mind. Thank you for reminding me. I was in a panic. We are doing good then. Thanks, Member Hill. You remembered. All right. So with that, we move to item 12, which is public comment on non-agenda items. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have any comments?
No public comment.
Thank you. Okay, with that, item 13, we'll stop talking on this side and superintendent report.
All right. Thank you very much, President Martinez. Give me 1 second
I
to.
apologize. Actually, sorry, I apologize, Dr. Triplett. There actually is one comment.
Okay.
Is it Member Rodriguez?
It is correct.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and promote Member Rodriguez.
Am I here?
Yes.
What happened to all the love? It just kind of went out the window.
I was rushing. I apologize.
Sorry. Go ahead, Member Rodriguez. Welcome.
Thank you. And if you turn off the mic, if I go over 3 minutes, I understand. This is the first time that I can remember that I've ever addressed the board during public comment on non-agenda items. First, let me say that looking at the 5 of you, I see an excellent board, and with Dr. Triplett, I see a great governance team moving forward. And I'm happy as a grandparent in Newark that you're going to be leading us forward as a team. Kennedy, with the spotlight I love the spotlights, and your new board members, you're going to love the spotlights because it's about kids. And Principal Correa does an excellent job. We're very lucky in Newark. We have excellent administrators. So my advice there would be hire the best, pay them well, and get out of the way. Let them do their thing. The second thing I wanted to share with you is when you have difficult decisions that you have to make that hurt, not intentionally, but it does hurt kids. And it's okay to be compassionate. It's okay to show emotion. I think the community looks at you and says, hey, that hurt me, but it also hurt them to make the decision. It just makes us look better, in my opinion, as a board. And the last thing I wanted to share with you is you're going to have decisions where you're on the losing side. And the vote is 3-2, and it's something that you're so compassionate about that you're wondering, can I still move forward? So the history we have is we support the majority of the board. And I had situations where I did not like the decision that was made, but it involved staff a lot of times and kids, and they need to see a unified board moving forward and supporting the majority decision. So we live by a 3-2 vote. That's just the way it is. It'd be nice if it was 5-0 all the time, but sometimes it's going to be 3-2. So my prayers go out to all of you, and I want you to do the best you can, and remember, it's all about kids. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and as difficult as it is, we are going to have holidays and we're going to have the new year. And I wish you all happiness moving forward. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. Happy
How did I
holidays.
do? How did I do on the minutes?
You have a few seconds left.
Oh,
Seconds left.
thank you. Take care now.
Thank you so much.
Okay, be safe.
All righty. Thank you so much. And so Superintendent.
Thank you. Words of wisdom are always worth being interrupted for. So I appreciate Member Rodriguez, former Member Rodriguez's wise words. Great. I'm going to share my screen now. And so this is the section of the meeting where, as a superintendent, I present superintendent report. And so this week we have a number of agenda items, but I know we have a busy schedule, so I will try to go quickly. During the report, I want to talk a little bit about teacher celebrations, COVID-19 and reopening plans, touch briefly on budget and enrollment updates, also update on school consolidations and what actions we've been taking since the last time we met. And then lastly, just give a report out about board trainings and both upcoming trainings and trainings completed by board members. So want to start, I don't know if you recall, but last board meeting, we really lifted up and celebrated a very amazing teacher, Miss Raber at Schilling, who was awarded the Alameda County Bridging the Divide Award, a new award this year. What we neglected to lift up, and so I wanted to make sure we do it now, is that we actually had a Teacher of the Year award, a nomination and awarding as well. He slipped under the radar because he, on his official name, it was Mission Valley ROP as the place that he is from. But I'd like to actually contest that because he's one of ours. He's Newark Memorial. So Chef Scrocky is an outstanding teacher. He does culinary arts at Newark Memorial, but all joking aside, he is also a member of the Mission Valley ROP, which we partner with. But so honored that the chef, as they call him, was nominated and was awarded Teacher of the Year. So what that means is Newark, little mighty Newark, had two nominations in Alameda County this year, both Teacher of the Year and Bridging the Divide. And I think it's really reflective of the amazing teachers we have, including, of course, Miss Raber and the chef. So major kudos to Chef. We're so proud. Had the chance to speak with him earlier this week and just wish him congratulations. Thank you, Chef, for representing all of us and for the incredible things that you do at Newark Memorial to lift up our students and introduce the joy of the culinary arts to them. Shifting gears here, so wanted to give some updates around COVID-19 and also reopening. So first, talking specifically about COVID-19, as you recall, we've been sharing that in a partnership with they're called BAC. I was recently corrected on the pronunciation. Bay Area Community Health Organization. They do incredible things with us in partnering around health. And one of the partnerships is they have been providing free COVID testing. We organized it so they would be at the McGregor campus. December 11th and 12th were the most recent testing days. They tested 318 people on December 11th, 323 people on December 12th. This is free testing for anyone. It actually is not limited to Newark residents. They've gotten such a response that they run out of tests both times. Of those, they did share with us the data around the results. So of the 318 on December 11th, 15 people did test positive. And on December 12th, 20 people tested positive, roughly about 5%, which is what Newark is averaging, I believe. recently in terms of COVID tests overall. Wanted to share that they will continue to provide this really amazing service. They will be at different Newark sites on January 4th through the 6th, 21st, and the 22nd. And then they'll be back at the McGregor campus January 29th and 30th. So huge appreciation to that partnership. And then I wanted to share a little bit about reopening plans. I know I'm regularly inundated with questions and requests both to not reopen and to reopen immediately. And so I wanted to share where things are at right now. I have been throughout this fall providing you all with updates every time we meet about the different steps we have been taking to create a reopening plan. In other words, a plan of all the different safety protocols, safety measures, the different steps, schedules, et cetera, that are going to need to go into having a plan that will ensure that all of our community is safe when we do return. So we are actually at the point that our reopening plan is ready to submit, and the county has asked all districts to be submitting their reopening plans as soon as possible, not to reopen as soon as possible, but to submit the plans so that the county has time to really thoroughly review them and also vet them with both a county Office of Education, but also the Public Health Department, to make sure that everything is what it needs to be for an eventual safe reopening. So I did want to pose the question to the board. If you recall, in the I believe it was in August, the board gave me as superintendent authority to make decisions around reopening. And so the board said it is not required that I return to the board and get approval for any reopening plans. And the reason the board did that is because of the need to be able to pivot and move relatively quickly. Since then, the pandemic has done things we didn't expect and has been much more, I would say, catastrophic than I think many of us could have imagined. But given that, I wanted to pose to the board, we have the plan ready, and our goal was to submit it before January 1st, but I also wanted to ask if the board would like for me to present it to the board in the first meeting in January on the 7th, prior to submitting it. So again, the county is saying submit them as quick as you can. And ours is ready, so we're totally prepared. We've been working with our labor partners on this, so we've been in communication with them. But we don't have to have this discussion right this minute, but perhaps at the end of this report, it would be great to just get a sense from the board if you would prefer that I actually bring the plan to you in the 1st of January, wait a little bit, and allow you to give feedback before we submit. So another thing that the board has been asking, and I've been regularly reporting on, is a social emotional and state of social emotional learning and wellness. So I wanted to just give a little bit of an update on where we're at. This is such a high priority and such an important thing always, but in particular now with the shelter in place and all that's been going on in the last year. So just wanted to share, we have created a district social emotional wellness committee. We started that right in July. They've been doing amazing things to build strategies, identify the best ways that we can support our families and our students. In addition, every school has what's called a coordination of services team, a COS team, and that team is made up of different mental health supports, clinicians, principal, and other staff from the school, as well as district staff. And that's the team that then gets referrals of students who may need some support, mental health services, perhaps. And so that team at every school does referrals in that way. Each school also has a mental health provider. We do have one vacancy that serves 2 schools, but there are positions for mental health support at every one of our schools. Students are also referred to outside agencies. So we have some amazing partnerships with a number of different agencies throughout our area. We also have parent partners who are supporting and actually participate in the cost process, and then are doing home visits, referrals for families and students to other resources around our region. And then we do have some schools, in particular schools with Title I funding, who have received additional funds for a clinician. So a number of our schools have an additional clinician in addition to the mental health provider. And then lastly, we are in the process, we were able to identify funds to hire a district mental health clinician. And that person in that position will support all of the different mental health providers throughout our schools. In addition to that, in terms of social emotional support, wellness, there is a system that we call multi-tiered system of support. And I wanted to share just briefly this with you. Some of you may be familiar with this, particularly Member Hill, I'm sure, is familiar as an educator. And so what this is a system that says, what are the tier 1? You see the 1 is at the bottom, the tier 1 supports. What are the core instructional and socio-emotional supports that are needed for all students? And then 2 is where we build out a plan for what are some additional supports, targeted supplemental instruction and intervention that are needed for some students. And then lastly, tier 3 is what are the intensive individualized instruction and intervention supports that are needed for some. Not very many, but this is for the more intensive supports. So I just put this out there because I want to come back to it in January and talk more with the board about those different tiers and what aspects of support we have as a system at each one of these different tiers. And as well, we have MTSS supports at all those tiers already, but what we really want to do is really codify them according to the situation that we're in with the pandemic. And some of those supports obviously have been developed and need to look a little different given that we're in distance learning and dealing with the pandemic. Next topic, still related to current state, is state assessments. So there have been many questions from teachers and families around, are we still going to need to do the state assessments in the spring? Those are quite rigorous and take time and commitment. So we have heard back from the state, and I just wanted to update the board that the State Board of Education has passed a revision to the Smarter Balanced English and Mathematics assessments. So there's an adjustment just for 2021, but they will still happen. So the tests will be shorter, but they will still provide that essential data, that academic data that we really need to utilize in terms of measuring the efficacy of all of our programs and the growth of our students. So there'll be less testing time, shorter tests, but just wanted to let the board that we will be continuing, and it's a mandate to be continuing with the state test. The next thing that I wanted to just share back to the board on is something that occurred this week that I think you most likely saw in social media or in communications that we sent out to all families. The More Than a Meal campaign was something that came from the state, where they gave us and other districts the opportunity to try to increase the percentage of lunch forms that we have completed to increase our unduplicated pupil count by doing a much more streamlined process. I think the state authorized this because they recognized how difficult it has been to get all of the lunch forms back that would then give us increased state and federal funding. And so they created a streamlined process, but we've gotten very little time to be able to enact it. So we heard of this very last minute, and we really needed to jump in and all hands on deck to see if we could get as many forms filled out as possible. So our goal was 90% participation. When we identified all the families who hadn't yet filled out a form, we had 2,400 families that we needed to contact. Families at every school were on that list. So we did the whole process. Like I said, all hands on deck. We had school staff, office managers, principals, others at school sites, district folks, all chipping in to try to make these calls and really asking families to please respond, please help us fill out these forms. Where the deadline was yesterday. We collected up all the forms. As of this morning, we were still processing them. We had processed 882 forms so far this morning. We'll complete the processing tomorrow, and then we'll have a final tally of how many forms we were able to collect, and then how that impacts our funding. There's the potential for us to receive hundreds of thousands of additional dollars if we are able to reach that 55% threshold that we've talked about in the past, that is really necessary to receive these additional funds. So we'll be looping back to you in January to present the data and the outcome. Again, want to appreciate all of the office teams, the district staff, and the families who really helped with this. I know it's felt like last minute, and honestly, the questions that we have to ask, and we have to ask everybody, is their personal information, and so I know that can be sometimes uncomfortable for people. So really appreciate everybody being willing to participate and help us, because it's a massive amount of funds for our kids most in need. Real quick, every session, I like to bring back an enrollment snapshot, just where we're at. So this is as of the 15th, which was Tuesday. And you see on the left side is our enrollment projections. That's what we were shooting for 2020. 2021. And then on the right side is our current enrollment as of Tuesday. And so you can see we're still below our projections. By what is that, 76 students, which is significant, and is a significant reduction in funds if the state were currently funding us according to our present enrollment. Fortunately, they've given us a buy for this year, but we want to be monitoring this, because this enrollment that we currently have is what we need to then build our projections off of. And so we know that next year, when we no longer have that buy from the state, then that this will be a major factor in terms of our funding. So we want to continue to really monitor this closely and think about how we are recruiting and retaining families and students. Updates on school consolidation process. So I shared with the board last time. Since the board vote, we provided mental health supports for all students and staff who needed help. That was part of the SEL and Wellness Committee's charge. We've had staff meetings at Snow, Music, and Graham. Also had family engagements at all three of those schools. We did a Graham site walk. We'll be back to do some more walks. And then what happened this week is Monday, we had a joint staff meeting of the Snow and Graham staff. First time them coming together as two staff and being together in space. It was really nice, everyone being able to share experience, get to know each other a little bit. The nice thing is that there are many staff members at both schools some of them who went to the other school as children or taught at the other school prior. So I'm really optimistic about this being a really positive uniting of these two school communities. And you notice on their design team kickoff was part of that joint staff meeting. And so I want to talk a little bit about that. This design team is going to be critical for us as we support those two communities to come together and create a new identity, a new school. So the purpose of the design team to form a working team comprised of equal stakeholders from both school communities in order to make decisions regarding the formation of a new school community. So I wanted to share what we shared with the staff, and that is this design team, what I told them is this is not a advisory committee This is not something where people are just weighing in. This is a working committee. This is a doing committee. And so we are inviting people to apply. The committee, or not committee, team. The team will meet 2 times a month, January through June, second and fourth weeks of each month, meetings of 1 to 2 hours. And then there's also an expectation for whoever's on the team that there'll be some additional work projects between meetings. Applications we actually sent out today to the staffs of both schools. And then what we're going to do is the sites themselves, the schools themselves are going to select their design team members. So there's 8 stakeholders from each community that will be on this team of 16. It includes 4 certificated and classified staff from each school, 3 parents from each school, and then the principal of each school. So the schools will be voting based on the applicants. They'll be voting to select their representatives for this team the first week of January. And then what we'll do is we'll start diving into the work with that team. This team will be really building out for the new school the values, the beliefs, the mission, vision, be developing school culture plans, instructional program, and operations. So this is a really important team that we as a district and district staff are going to be supporting, as well as we intend to have an outside facilitator to come and support with the facilitation of these meetings. And so then just a quick heads up around sort of what's on the horizon. In January and then through February, we will be working on enrollment projections. And from that, then building our staffing and our budgeting for all schools, but in particular in relationship to this consolidation process. The design team will have formed in January, and then we'll start the work. And then also facilities assessments will continue in January, and then we'll really be working on the preparation of the facilities. So we intend to come back in January to you with a more comprehensive plan around all of the different aspects of this merger and how we're going to ensure the success of the process. Lastly is just wanted to update you on board trainings. So thus far, we've had member Grindal went to the orientation for new trustees. There's other opportunities for other board members to participate in upcoming trainings like that. Members Martinez and Wen have been to the Legal Symposium of Experienced Board Members, so completed that this fall, I believe. Member Jean and myself have been to the Masters in Governance courses, course 2 and 3. And then we will have our board orientation study session in January. Tentative date right now is January 23rd, where all of us as a board will come together and do some norming, orientation, a little bit of training. And that is it. Woo, talked a lot. Any questions, or also I'd love to get your input on terms of the reopening and direction from the board in terms of whether we should submit now or whether we should wait until January, after January 7th.
Thank you, Superintendent. Just to share with the rest of the board members, I joined Superintendent Monroe's County Superintendent meeting today. And I think out of 18 districts in the county, 10 have already submitted. So we are one of 8 that has not. So I think that's just for my timing and perspective. Just wanted to share that data. Member Hill.
Yeah, I'd like to request that we have the plan brought before the board and that we review and approve it.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good, I tend to agree. I think that there was initially that sense of urgency just where we were, but Superintendent, that would be okay. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd really appreciate you all looking at it and giving feedback.
Okay, good. Member Grindal, you need it? wanted to say
I'm
something?
working on
Okay.
reviewing. Perhaps we could get the plan ahead of the meeting to a chance to review it.
Yes, absolutely.
Just a clarifying question, Superintendent Triplett, in regards to prior to submitting the plan, has it been presented to our labor partners so that they?
Yes, yeah, we've shared it with both labor organizations.
Okay.
And I will say that really the development of the plan, we've been sharing different iterations of the plan with labor partners throughout the fall. Ms. Saavedra, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Triplett. Member one, that's correct. We have shared, we preliminary share a draft in November, but as it turned out and looking at other samples from the other districts, we want to make sure that our final draft match what the county was asking us for. And I actually just shared the final draft with them today, so that we have an opportunity to provide the feedback that's needed for the document to make the most sense. And the other thing I guess to remember is that this will be a living document, because as we experience the pandemic, there will be new things that we're learning about. There will be things that need to be adjusted, things that are not working out. So I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that tonight, because it will be a living document.
And just to be clear, when you say shared it with them, you mean our labor partners, not with the county.
That's correct. That's correct. So labor partners have the draft in their hands as of tonight. And again, Dr. Triplett is correct. We've shared preliminarily a couple of other plans. This one is the more complete and latest development that we have. So I feel confident that it's more complete based on the conversations that we had with both unions.
And sorry, I neglected to say something because I was making assumptions, but just to be clear, the plans do not require a start date. So we are not intending on submitting a plan with a reopening date on it. It's sufficient to turn in the plan with a TBD.
Okay. And then I do have a separate question, not in regards to the reopening plan, but I'll wait until everybody's finished with their questions in regards to the opening plan.
I don't think there's any other questions. I think it was just more the direction of, yeah, I would like to see it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Member Wynn.
Okay, so my other question is in regards to the design team, Superintendent Triplett, I know that you stated that the design application went out to the teachers. Are the same set of applications going to be going out to the parents as well? And if they're good, and we have to make sure that when they do, that they're translated also.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so we are intending on sending out the application to families as well. We wanted to make sure to get the application out to staff today, since today is their last day before vacation, and so since it gives them an opportunity to see it before going on vacation and then consider their interest. But given that that's not the case for families, then we intend to send out the application to families translated in the next couple of days.
Okay, and then also I think there needs to be I think on one of the questions for the application that's on for the teachers, there needs to be a correction. So on the sites, I think it just says option 1, and then it had snow at the bottom, so it didn't have Graham on the top. It just had snow at the bottom. So I think there's a typo in there. If that can be looked at and changed.
Sure. Yeah, I know that there was, we were working with the site leadership around certain things around the application. So it may have already been changed, but if not, we absolutely will.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Remember when Superintendent, when you mentioned the next couple of days for it to, just because I think you said January 8th, the intent is to make this election. So is the intent that we'll send it out to families by next week, early next week? And do we have a date for that? Just because they too will start to kind of enter, if you will, the holiday break there. So
Yes. Yeah, we'll send it out. I expect to have it out to school principals, and then they will share it with their communities by Monday.
Okay.
It's a super simple application. It should take approximately 7 minutes to complete. But we did want to give it in advance of the holidays, even though it really won't take more than that amount of time, just so people could ponder whether that's something that they are interested in committing to, because it's a commitment. Like I said, this isn't just like, oh yeah, I'd love to weigh in every once in a while. This is a working group. And so people really need to make sure that they want to put in the hours.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, thank you. And anything else, Superintendent, or that concludes your report?
Yep, that concludes it. And thank you for the guidance. And so we'll bring back the reopening plan. We'll have it to you before the 7th, but then we can get your input and answer any questions on the 7th.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, next item is dual language immersion program. This is item 14.1. Superintendent.
Yes, thank you, President Martinez. So we have a couple of our staff who are coming in to do the majority of this presentation. And so I'm really excited to have Dr. Wendy Castaneda here, Castaneda Leal, who is the principal at Schilling. And then we also have Ms. Cervantes Folk, who is the Director of Special Projects. Are they coming in, Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, Mr. Rose, if you could please allow Ms. Cervantes Falk and
Dr. Wendy.
Oh, Dr. Wendy, thank you.
Yeah. So as they're entering, I'll just kick it off by saying there had been a tremendous amount of work and planning that had already gone into this possibility of creating a dual language immersion program last year. And then the pandemic really, my understanding is the pandemic sort of put the kibosh on that for this current year. So we really wanted to make sure that all of that work and that energy and the value was not lost. And so the team has been working really hard this fall to go back to those plans, add, subtract where needed. We're also partnering with this organization, SEAL. It's been a tremendous partner and have a lot of experience with not just English language development, but also with bilingual programming. And so what you'll see tonight is just first presentation, no approval required at this point, but wanted to start introducing and updating you on all the work that's occurring. And you'll notice that tonight's presentation is really focused on the value of a dual language immersion program for our English language learners in particular. It's such a priority for us that we're supporting English language learners, and you'll hear more. But I'll just say, there's some sort of counterintuitive notion that, well, if how is having native Spanish speakers continuing to learn Spanish helping them with their English language development? The fact of the matter is, it's a tremendous support. It's arguably one of the most powerful opportunities to not just continue to build Spanish language or language development, but then also to support them in their English language development. And supporting the bilingualism of all of our students, I think, is really a long-term goal. So I see Ms. Gutierrez has something that she wants to say before we start.
I do want to apologize. I'm multitasking here, but because of that, I did miss the fact that we do have a speaker on this item.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. If we can go ahead and promote just one speaker,
Yes.
we can promote that.
Okay, if we can please promote Ms. Parks.
Good evening. I hope my questions and comments aren't taken in the wrong way. I'm not against dual immersion program. In fact, I think if executed properly, it could entice some parents to bring their children back to Newark Unified. At board meetings in January and February of this year, I brought to your attention the lack of a plan. I shared the single-page Newark Unified document versus the multi-page comprehensive plans from 2 other local districts. My concerns stem from seeing Newark Unified embark on many new programs without all of the foresight to plan ahead, making sure to cover all of the bases, such as communication with key stakeholders like the union, comprehensive processes, and program assessments. As your PowerPoint presentation states, this has been a discussion item since the 18-19 school year, and that is about as far as it's gotten. Talk. Attached to this agenda are 5 reference documents and the PowerPoint presentation for this evening. Where is the NUSD Dual Immersion Comprehensive Plan? This program was supposed to be implemented this school year. You didn't even have a plan when you started enrolling students for the 2021 school year. I certainly hope you will have a comprehensive plan before you enroll students for the 21-22 school year, because you won't have a pandemic to blame. In one of the dual immersion meetings earlier this year, Dr. Wendy was asked by a parent if all teachers were going to be BCLAD certified or just those providing Spanish instruction. Her answer was that all were going to have their BCLAD, yet this district doesn't have a full-time elementary BCLAD teacher at all. I've done some reading about this program, and some of the issues the plan needs to address are professional development for teachers, eligibility requirements and pre-assessments for students, student benchmarks, student assessment, separate report cards, curriculum to be used and the cost, an exit plan for struggling students, parental commitment and involvement, annual program review. Again, NUSD hasn't invested the time to coordinate a comprehensive dual immersion plan. They aren't taking into account the input from all stakeholders. There's been no dialogue concerning items which need to be negotiated, such as the grade level discussions, compensation, and class size minimums and maximums. It would appear NUSD is salivating at the possibility of increased enrollment and not taking into consideration what is necessary to implement a new program, thus setting the stage for the dual immersion teachers and students to unnecessarily struggle or fail. The board has program, curriculum, and budget responsibilities to spell out in various program policies. Please insist on approving a comprehensive plan before enrolling students in the dual immersion program. The staff, parents, and students deserve nothing less than knowing the full parameters of the program. A colorful brochure does not make a successful program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Okay, back to you, Superintendent Triplett.
Great, thank you. Without further ado, I was going to turn it over to Ms. Cervantes Falk and Dr. Wendy, and they can start the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett, and good evening, board members, executive cabinet members. We are pleased to bring to you an update. Next slide, please, Dr. Wendy. Really, today's presentation, the purpose is really to provide the board and our community with an update on the Spanish dual language immersion program that is set to open fall of 2021 on the Schilling campus. Next slide, please. And today's presentation, the outline really is going to be by providing you a quick overview of dual language immersion, bilingualism, looking a little bit at the research, benefits, data, and policies, and then also inform you of our journey in this planning process and where we are in the where we are currently. And of course, we will have some time for questions and answers at the end. Next slide, please. So as we said, we're going to go ahead and get started in terms of just reviewing very quickly dual language and bilingualism. So we're looking at what the research says, looking at data as to why, the need, and then of course some state policies. Next slide, please. So since I can remember going to school as well as teaching and now being in the administrative role, there's always been questions about why bilingualism and what does the research have to say. And so I want to just, point out that everything that we are explaining today really is around the research. Next slide, please. Some of the things that we've always faced is, some concerns, and there have been valid concerns from different folks with respect to bilingualism or dual language or languages other than English in the school setting. And so one of them, and the most common one that we hear, is the idea that speaking two languages at once can be confusing to the children. However, as we can see, and the research shows that all children are capable of learning multi-language, including students with disabilities. Next slide, please. Another concern or expressed concern is around the whole notion that really English immersion is the best way for a young child to learn English. And in reality, the research has shown that in a deliberative and systematic manner, exposing English in combination with ongoing opportunities to develop a home language really results in higher achievement levels with the students. Next slide, please. Another concern really talks about, or not concern, but another idea is that bilingualism will automatically occur if the children know two languages. However, it is noted in research that the home language, or that a student is more likely to not become bilingual if, for example, the home language is not being developed at home and it's not being reinforced in the school setting. And I know that we have a lot of parents that may say that they don't want their children speaking Spanish at home because they want them to learn the English. And so we just need to be conscientious of that as well. And one last piece, next slide, please. One last piece of data that we want to just show and express is the whole notion that English is the only language that is needed to succeed. Again, as the research shows, yes, English is essential, especially to succeed. Also, multilingualism, or being able to communicate in different languages, has a lot of benefits, and we'll be seeing that in following slides. Next slide, please. And Dr. Wendy will take us a little bit more with respect to bilingualism in support of English learners.
Yes, thank you, Isabel. So here in California, there are many programs that help our English language learners. Some of them include a two-way dual program, an EL pull-out program, and one that is immersed in the general ed classroom. However, research has shown that when you have a dual language program, the English learners' long-term achievement surpasses the other programs. This also concludes that these dual language students will perform better on achievement tests, especially those related to language and literacy. In California, we've been a forefront at creating lots of dual language programs. There was an initiative from the previous state superintendent to have over 30,000 schools have dual language programs. There's also been countless research done by the California Department of Education and publications also printed. Our partners with SEAL have also printed and researched various publications that help us start, continue, and assess the dual language programs that we will implement. Bilingualism helps all students, but especially the EL students. They're able to socialize better with groups that are different than theirs, also get immersed in the different cultures. Their brain and cognitive abilities increase, and they're most likely not to drop out of school and enroll in a 4-year college. Right now, what I'm going to play for you is a video, a short video on the benefits of bilingualism.
We can't hear it, Miss Wendy. At least I can't.
Dr. Wendy, is there a way to turn up the volume?
I can hear it on my end. So let me see. Let me go back. Sorry about that. But basically what the video shows.
When I think, Dr. Wendy, what you maybe need to do is to reshare, but when you share, there are buttons down at the bottom that show like share computer sound and optimize, and that might help you.
Thank you, Paul. So let's see. Okay, so I'm sorry about the delay, but we'll get started in just a moment. Let's see. You can give me a thumbs up if you can hear it.
Today, I am proposing that all of our K-12 students, parents, and educators travel on the road to a multilingual California, a global California 2030.
We're at this really exciting, important moment in history where California has really caught up with what the research tells us about language development and bilingualism and its huge benefits, and the state has actually embraced bilingualism as a direction.
Our state leader is asking us all to join the movement of bilingualism, biliteracy, celebrating who we are, celebrating the gifts we bring.
Our language, our culture is our identity. And so education should be more than just about academics. It should be more about also how to be a human being and compassionate towards others.
It's a different era now. California voters passed something called Proposition 58, which said we want more programs in our schools that'll lead to biliteracy, and we want our schools to gear up to offer more programs.
So think of all the powerful knowledge you have. All of those things are happening in your brains as you are translating. Isn't that amazing? That's powerful stuff.
We know that throughout time, a tool of oppression has been separating parents from their children. So it is that critical that we really think about what are we doing in school to bring families and school together.
That is the goal of our of bilingual education, is to allow a marginalized community to the opportunity to move up.
It's essential that parents know that you have a right to request the language program you want. You have a right to say to your school district and to your school, I want my child to be learning bilingually. I want them to be in a dual language or bilingual program. That's a legal right as well as a human right.
The future of California is built on multilingualism.
If we implement those programs nationwide, then, I think we will see a different United States.
Quedó muy lindo. Gracias.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Wendy. I always find that video very powerful. So I want to take a couple of minutes and a couple of slides here to share some data with you that talks about our enrollment and specifically when we're looking at our English learners. So what you see here is some information, some data from California in general, census of fall of 2019, in comparison to EL data in Newark Unified School District, also from 2019. What you see here is in California, of all the students that are enrolled in California public schools, approximately 19% have been classified as English learners, compared to almost 20% in our district. Of those students, 69% in California are enrolled in the elementary grades, and compared to 66% also within our district. And then 31% of California are enrolled in the secondary 7 through 12. And as you can see, very similar, 33% in our district. The percent of students that are enrolled in public schools in general that speak a language other than English, California-wise, we're looking at about 42%. And if you look at Newark's data from 2019, also 41%. And what's even not so much more impressive, but what was interesting to me to see is that of all of the languages that are recorded in California in 2019, we looked at 75, and compare here at Newark, we actually have 46 languages that have been noted. And of those languages, of the percent of the families of the different languages, we see that it is 67% of them speak Spanish, which is why, you know, we're looking at a Spanish dual language immersion program. Next slide, please. This slide here tells you a little bit more in detail about the percent of our English learners based on the number of years that since they've been identified as English learners, and how long they, you know, what grade level they've been enrolled. So first, let me start with the bottom chart that compares Newark, Alameda, and I'm not sure if you can see it on your slide. I'm not seeing it on mine, but it also has a state percent. There we go. Excuse me, a state percent on that. So when we look at English learners in the state of California, they're always asking us to look at data in respect to the number of years that they've been identified as English learners. And so we're looking at 0 to 3 years as one group, 4 to 5 years as another group. And then we have what we call the long-term English learners, which are students who've been identified and have not reclassified in 6 to plus years. So when you look at those numbers, you'll see that in comparison, we are pretty much, you know, around the same numbers as Alameda, as well as statewide. But when we go back, and now when we go back to the first chart that actually outlines the percentages by grade level, so that we kind of get a sense of how do we read this, is in 2019, if we take a closer look at the 8th grade across, in 2019, of all of our students that were identified as English learner, 4.2% were enrolled in the 8th grade that had been identified as English learners and were in that category between 0 and 3 years. When you move across, is again, of all of our English learners, 31% of them were involved in 8th grade and were identified as 6 plus, as long-term ELs. So what does that mean? So the whole idea, or not the whole idea, but the challenge here is that the research has also shown that if a student has not reclassified within the first 4, 5, or 6 years, then it becomes harder for them to reclassify as they continue on into the secondary setting. So it is important for us to really start looking at what can we do early on to be able to support the students and not only learn the English language, but do it in a manner where they meet reclassification, and then they can succeed along with the peers of the same age group, same grade loop. So again, looking at our data, is we are very similar to what's happening across the state, and therefore moving forward with the bilingual program in support of not just bilingual in general in all students, but mainly our English learners, is something that we really are looking forward to. Next slide, please. And as the video stated, you know, it's become a policy. It is now a new era in California. And so here you just see again, you know, the 3 different pieces of document and policies that have come into play. And more specifically, next slide, please. Looking at Proposition 58, and that's one where it's really giving families the right to ask for a particular language program that they would like. And there are some parameters around what a district needs to do given certain situations. But then moving forward and looking at the report Global California 2030, the goal there is that by 2030, that we have at least 50% of the students enrolled in a K-12 public school, that they are in some sort of a path that is going to lead to bilingualism. So that's another thing that we need to keep looking at, that if it's not now, it will be happening soon when we talk about dual language programs across the state. Next slide, please. And I'm going to turn it to Dr. Wendy to talk a little bit more about our journey in this plan.
Thank you, Isabel. So in 2018 to 2019, we had several board policies that went into effect in support of English language learners, either instruction or also granting us the seal of biliteracy. We also saw that in May of 2019, after the CDE presented the new EL roadmap, Newark also presented a revised English learner roadmap. Last year, during 2019 through 2020, we sent a group of teachers and myself to the CABE Dual Language Immersion Institute. It was very intense. However, we learned a lot and started planning in collaboration with SEAL at that time. We also visited model schools, and together with our curriculum and assessment director, we contacted the curriculum that we currently use, and all of them informed us that they have their curriculum in Spanish, and therefore we will use the same curriculum that we currently have, and it would also be available in Spanish. The only exception was the phonics program, and Lucy Calkins partners with another program that uses a lot of their strategies. So we went ahead and purchased that one, and also professional development for our teachers. One thing that Schilling has piloted last school year was iStation. This is exactly like iReady, except iReady does not have Spanish lessons or Spanish assessments. iStation does. So last year we used it with our newcomer students, and it benchmarked them initially for an assessment, gave target instruction, and did assessments ongoing. Also, all of our current assessments, just like DRA, are also available in Spanish. The model that we are going to use is 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And what that means is that 1/3 are going to be English learners, 1/3 are going to be English only students, and 1/3 are going to be bilingual students. We will start again with kinder and first grade, and each classroom will be comprised of these students. The model is going to be 50-50, so that means that 50% of the time the students will be learning in English, and 50% of the time the students will be learning in Spanish. We will also have 2 teachers, one to primarily teach in Spanish and the other teacher to primarily teach in English. And the groups of students will be moving from teacher to teacher, not the teachers. There will also be an opportunity for ongoing teacher collaboration with these models. Last year, we were also sending parents and community members to the CABE conference in order to learn more about dual language, but we also had community informational sessions throughout the school year, and we also conducted a survey to see how our community felt about implementing a dual language program.
Thank you, Dr. Wendy. And to conclude, just wanted to give you my apologies. There goes my clock. To conclude this presentation, we've continued with the discussions and the planning and realizing, what needs to happen and what do we learn from last year as we were going into implementation, and then we came to a halt and postponed for a year. So this year we are really taking a team approach. Not that we weren't last year, but we're really working all hands on and making sure that we are ready for implementation in fall of 2021. HR is definitely supporting us and working and communicating with our constituents, the negotiations as well as hiring teachers. Our student services department is overseeing the community outreach, the applications and the enrollment procedures of students. My department is looking into the DLI master plan, as well as, I'm functioning as the liaison between the site and our partner SEALD in our district. And then, of course, our teaching and learning department is supporting with the curriculum and professional development. So just as a closing, and you can go to the next slide, Dr. Wendy. We complete and we're here for question and answers. But I do appreciate, I want to say that I do appreciate all of the support and the hard work that Dr. Wendy, the teachers, our HR, curriculum, Dr. Triplett, everybody has really put in this year in trying to make sure that we are ready and that we implement successfully. And I also want to be upfront and mention to the board that we learned a lot from our constituents last year. We learned a lot from our community, and I did appreciate Ms. Parks coming forward and mentioning the things that seemed to be lacking last year, and those are all in our forefront, and we totally understand the need to have a comprehensive plan, and for that reason, we're looking forward to starting our DLI committee, because a lot of the things that are still not missing, but that we haven't necessarily nailed down is we are looking at making sure that we have input from our teachers, and the other members are going to be part of this program. So we look forward to come to you soon in a couple of months and have more information for you. But we are excited for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cervantes Folk and Ms. Castañeda. Do we have questions? I know I have some, but Member Hill.
So number one, I just wanted to thank the presenters for presenting and helping us, we new members, maybe everybody get up to speed. Since I'm probably further behind the curve than others, I had some basic questions that I'm hoping you can help me with. So the key questions are, I'm a pretty metrics oriented person. And so what I'd like to maybe learn a little bit more about is what are the metrics that we're using to basically as our goals, our ideas of success. And so what are those metrics, and then also kind of how are they tied to the California School Dashboard? So if they're not directly on the California School Dashboard, what's the linkage? So that's kind of the second question. And then I'd also like to understand a little bit about how do we monitor progress? So where are we now? Where do we want to be? And then also how much is it going to cost, right? So as we saw in the last board presentation, even though we're doing a school consolidation and that's hoping to stave off some immediate financial challenges, but this is only temporary. We've got some major financial challenges. So obviously we have to be very focused in how any programs that we adopt, what kind of bang for the buck we're getting. So those are my questions. I'm hoping you could help me learn a little bit more about that.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Wendy. No, I was going to say absolutely. We know that we could present on every single one of those topics that you mentioned, for hours. But go ahead, Wendy. You can answer some, and then we'll tag team.
Okay, no problem. And I think Dr. Triplett also wants to tag team with us.
Yeah, if I could just say thank you, Member Hill, for those questions. Tonight's presentation was really intended to be a presentation around the benefits of the dual language program, and particularly really iterate the importance of prioritizing our English language learners in this program. But we do intend to bring back a like a comprehensive plan for how this will be rolled out. That just wasn't what we were planning on doing tonight. But so I think in terms of like full cost and all those things, that's definitely something that we'll want to bring back in the full plan. But in general, I would say the goal of dual language immersion is that actually it's going to bring in additional revenue, because it's such an attractive force for families. And so it's actually a recruitment tool, in addition to being a tremendous support for our English language learners, and being something that families are really attracted to throughout the district. I will say, I know Member Jean, during his campaigning, I hope you don't mind me sharing this, Member Jean, but he visited he talked to so many different families throughout the city, and I was struck by when he was sharing with me the fact that members of the community throughout the city are really interested in such a program, and it's had tremendous success in all of our neighboring cities. So we do want to bring back like the details, but that's just not what we have tonight. But I'm sorry.
And I appreciate it, Dr. Triplett. And so as you bring back additional information, what would be great is, if kind of one of the key drivers is revenue, what would be great is to be able to see, okay, what kind of investment are we making? And then what, upside revenue are we going to get from that, right? So is it going to be a net increase, or is it going to be revenue neutral, or potentially are we going to lose money? So that would be things that would be helpful for us to see, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Member Hill.
If I may, I'll just jump in, and without getting into much detail, but it's definitely tied.
Sorry, I'm just, so I think now I'm watching the clock, and I think I'm back on where to Pacific time.
Perfect.
Let's see, we've got probably a few more minutes of questions here, plus all of new business. Superintendent, do we think an hour extending to 11 is going to allow us to cover everything else?
I think so, yes.
Okay. So I'd like to ask for a motion to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock, please.
I move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
We'll just do a hand vote, please. All in favor? Okay, any nays? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting, Ms. Cervantes Falk.
No, that's okay. Thank you. So very quickly, we'll come back with the more details. And so I jotted down the 4 points that were made, but I will say that it is definitely tied to the California dashboard, especially when it comes to the LP, the English language, or the English learner progress. Thank you. LP. See, it's been a while. So there is definitely one measurement that involves English learners, and it's really focusing on reclassification and showing growth in the language proficiency as measured per the summative LPAC.
Thank you. Member Grindle?
Yes, I want to thank you for the excellent presentation. It's very exciting. We're looking forward to seeing this program roll out. I just wanted to go one comment. I do wish you would stress the benefits to the children that don't even speak Spanish at all, that are going to be learning that as part of this process. That's part of what's going to attract. In my walking around the community, I heard from folks that didn't speak Spanish who were excited about this concept. So just want to encourage you to stress that aspect, because I'm aware that it increases the performance and the mental abilities of all students, even if they didn't speak a word of Spanish going in. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Grindle.
Thank you, Member Grindle.
Any other questions? I have think a question or more. First will be my comment, which is Member Hill asked a lot of the same ones as, I think that, look, hear other meetings, I sound, we sound very similar, which is baseline data. Why are we doing so concept? So first of all, sorry, let me back up. Thank you so much for the presentation in terms of the benefits. I think for those of us who have been here a little bit over a year, there's always been this sense, conceptually, absolutely agree that this is the right direction for us to go in, but we haven't ever seen the cost benefit to Member Hill's point articulated. Again, we know that they're there, so where is it? The reason I say like there's this impatience to some degree, certainly on my part, is because we are making decisions on curriculum. We are making decisions to spend. And I don't know if it's, I think when I had asked the question last year with somebody else in the superintendent seat, I was told that it was cost neutral, that we were not spending any more money. It just, you know, if there's different materials that we're buying, new platforms, and that just doesn't tie for me, right? So that's my concern, is that we are getting, and we're talking here, this is what we're going to do, and here, this is what we're going to implement. Yet as a board, maybe it's been done prior 2 years before, but this, you know, at least a few of us have never seen, here's the evolution over the last 3 years. This is what the board has approved. So I am impatient to see some of that, what you mentioned, Superintendent, that we should be seeing that soon. I think sooner rather than later, right? Before we make any additional commitments, is going to be really important for us to see. The other thing is, you know, and I'm not sure which of you ladies mentioned it, but you know, this concept around benchmarking. We know that New Haven went live with a program. Do we know how that's going? We know Mountain View has a very successful program. How does our plan and our rollout and maybe baseline metrics and target metrics, how do they compare to a couple of benchmarks that are right around us? It would be interesting to see some of that.
Thank you.
I too echo the same sentiments as President Martinez and Member Hill. And my main concern is that, yes, I'm on board with the dual immersion program. I think it's wonderful, and there's definitely a lot of benefits. But again, I do really would love to see this program in our district succeed beyond, you know, beyond measure. So it's so important for us, and we have asked as a board in the past to see the master plan. And so we would really like to see that come forward as soon as possible, so that, you know, we can make this determination and support you guys. Of course, you know, that's the end goal, and support all the students and their families that want to be part of this program. I want to be a part of this program. I want to start over in kindergarten now, you know, to be able to take advantage of this. But and so I really want to fully support this, and I want to be able to, you know, to see the plan so we can definitely move forward. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Member Nguyen.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we are good on this item. So we do look forward to seeing this again in the very near future. More details. Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
You both.
Okay, so we move to item, so sorry, new area, getting late. 15, item 15, new business. The first item is 15.1, curative contract, COVID-19 screen testing for employees. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, there will be no more public comment for the rest of the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so may I have a motion and a second to approve no open discussion on this item, please?
I move to approve the curative contract writer for COVID-19 screen testing.
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay.
Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Martinez. So Ms. Del Cruz will speak more to this and answer any questions, but essentially we're very fortunate to be able to have a rider on a contract that that other districts are also riding on for regular testing of our staff for COVID-19. And so it will allow us to really dramatically increase the safety of our schools when we are poised to reopen by having this regular testing. And there's no cost to us. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz to add any details, and then we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. The Alameda County Office of Education has a contract with Curative, and all of the districts in the county are able to piggyback on this contract. And so our plan is to piggyback on the contract with the rider, and we would be providing tests to our employees at no cost to them or to us. And right now, the plan would be once a month, at least, that we would provide testing for our employees. And that's the basic plan. There's, as far as the details on training, Curative provides that and how it's going to be set up. We have a plan for that as well. But this one is for the contract to get everything started.
Any questions?
And this is at no cost to the district, right?
Yes, no cost to the district or to the employees.
Okay.
And do we think that there's going to be any administrative effort required or administrative costs, or is this really just kind of a turnkey? We just hand it over to Curative and then they kind of run it?
Yeah, that's a good question. There might be some administrative costs because the plan right now is to have testing at all the sites. So we may need some assistance from our own staff members.
And we have talked to our labor partners about this, and the plan is that we offer a stipend to a school site staff member to assist in the administration. There'd be like zero contact that the staff member would have with any materials. It's very well thought out to ensure the safety of everybody. But yeah, that is part of the plan. So fortunately, we don't have to pay for the testing service itself, but we would be supporting with a monthly stipend to the staff.
Do we have an estimate, and then would that also come from the CARES funding?
Yeah, it's $200 a month stipend for each for one representative on each site to sort of administer. Sounds like they're actually administering the test, which they're not, but to administer the program, so to speak.
Okay, so roughly 2,000 a month.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, any other questions?
Sorry, just, and you may have said it, but I just didn't process it. And when do we think this would start, and what do we think the duration would be?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Dela Cruz, but this is would start with the reopening, and most likely like a few weeks before the reopening, so that we do a preliminary test and get everybody tested, and then it would move forward throughout the process of hybrid in-person learning.
Okay, thank you.
Member Nguyen?
Wouldn't it be more advantageous for us to start as soon as possible after the new year, especially since we do have staff going into our school sites? Just a question.
Ms. Dela Cruz, do you have an answer for that?
Well, depends on when we can get all of our staff trained as well, because there's a part where they'll need to be trained with the whole system. So I'm sure we can get started right away. It just depends
So maybe that's
on
an
how
ask.
soon we can
Remember
get
when
everybody.
Yeah, it's just an ask. I just want to make sure that staff who aren't feeling comfortable going in right now, if we do offer this opportunity for them to be tested, or staff in general to be tested, that maybe that comfort level will, raise a little bit, and people are more willing to work at the school sites, and then also to protect or have some sort of ability for staff that are currently going in on a regular basis to be able to also have that comfort, knowing that that they are staying safe and have those precautions.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. We can go back to the county and to Curative and see if there's any sort of limitations on only starting once the reopening happens. But if there's no limitations there, then I think that's a great idea. Fortunately, we've been in our partnership with I always have trouble pronouncing that, with BACH. We staff have the option of getting free testing right now, even before the Curative starts, which I think is really tremendous. But it's a good idea. Remember, when we can definitely loop back to them and find out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Gutierrez, if you could please repeat the motion.
Is that staff recommends the approval of the curative contract writer for COVID-19 screening testing for employees. Motion made by member Zhang and second by member Nguyen.
Thank you. You can send the vote via, there we go. Okay, member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
And my vote is a yes as well. So the motion carries and the motion is approved. Okay, next item is 15.2, which is the purchase of learning AZ license. Superintendent?
Thank you, President Martinez. Yeah, so this is a really, really fantastic program. It's offered K-5. We have this is a 3-year contract. It's essentially electronic books that include assessments for the books, and lends itself really well to distance learning, but actually is fantastic for in-person learning as well. It's already been vetted through the Elementary Curriculum Council. They're all on board, and all of our district neighbors use this Raz Kids as well. Students can access books at their level online. There's 29 different reading levels. So it's, it's, as Mr. Dolowich said, it's a slam dunk.
It is a great program. My kids have used it. Oh, any questions? Member Hill?
And this is, so it's roughly $60,000?
Yes, that's correct for, that's for the 3 years.
Okay, and it is in the budget?
Yeah, yes.
I think this is for from the CARE Act money.
From the CARE. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, so we're using learning loss mitigation and CARES Act dollars.
Okay.
So it's fortunate because it's not, we can receive a 3-year contract, pay forward for this great service.
And I guess after the pandemic, there's really not that much use. I mean, if after the pandemic we still think this is useful, then that will be coming from the general budget.
That's correct. Yeah, after 3 years, if it appears that it's such a beneficial thing that we want to continue, then we'd have to make a decision whether we want to, to invest in it.
Yeah. And I think, coming back to Member Hill's earlier comments, I think that the baselines, I think we talked about it maybe during agenda setting. Some school sites have used RAS Kids. Again, I know that one of my site has, and I just so there is truly measurable progress that you can see. So if we can, to Member Zhang's point, if in 3 years we no longer have this CARES Act, we really want to make sure it's a slam dunk then as well, that we've got, here's what we were able to do, so that it makes it easy for us to approve the ongoing spend.
Yeah. So I just wanted to let the superintendent know that I know a couple of the teachers have been wanting this at the very beginning of school year, and they have asked like their PTA to fund it and stuff like that too. But they were holding out for the district to be able to get this for them. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming through. And I know that they've been waiting, 6 months now for this. So I know that they're going to really appreciate it. So thank you.
President Martinez, I think you're on mute.
Ms. Gutierrez, did I ask for a motion on this one, or did I skip it?
I think you skipped it.
May I have a motion and a second to approve staff recommendation?
I move to approve.
I second.
Member Nguyen moves, Member Zhang seconds. If we can please. Sorry. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it is actually a better deal buying a 3-year license than an individual license.
Yeah, I've neglected to mention that, but each year the discount gets incrementally better. So
yes.
Okay. Thank you. And has everyone submitted their vote? Okay. Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. So the motion carries. Thank you for bringing this forward, team.
thank you.
Item 15.3, change order number 2, paving project. So staff recommends that the board, sorry, I'm trying to look at here. Approve the change order number 2 for the paving project as presented. I have a motion and a second to open discussion.
I move that we approve the change order number 2 for the paving project as it presented.
Thank you, Member Zhang.
Second.
Member Grindle seconds. Okay, Superintendent.
Thank you, President Martinez. So the next 2 items you noticed are change orders that we'll speak on, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz to talk on this first one related to paving.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. So last month, the board approved change order 1 related to the paving project. And this change order number 2 is somewhat related to the first part. There was a signal light sensor at the Newark Memorial High School. And when they were doing the paving for the last change order, there was at that time, they didn't know that it was there, and so it was damaged. And this change order for $4,500 repairs that and puts it back for the sensor. And then the second part of this change order has to do with the McGregor campus. We repaved the basketball courts, but there's a section in the corner that is not paved, and when the cars are going through to get to the parking stalls, it's dragging some of that gravel over the new pavement. It's causing some damage. So that's just a brief summary of the change orders. And in the attachments, you'll see the map of where the area is over at McGregor. And if you have any particular detailed questions, we have Mr. Bazar here from RGMK, our bond project managers, as well as Mr. Caputo.
Questions from the board?
Got a question from Mr. Caputo. I just want to ask, like the triangle that we're trying to pay for the right next to the basketball court, what would be the cost if you just put some blocker or some divider that prevent car from making that whatever the lazy right turn, instead letting them make the sharp right, the correct right turn?
Yes, so there is a design standard for ballards, and Jalil had done a takeoff on that. And I think there's some other practical reasons that may not work I'll speak to, but that cost was approximately about $7,000. And because we anticipated, I believe, 7 bollards, Jalil.
That's correct.
But the other item with that is what's happening is cars are just taking that angle, but there's also trucks that use it from time to time, and those ballards would kind of interfere with them.
I have a question. Thanks. I'm good with and clear on the sensor. I think this one was, because this one's estimated at $10,000 to add a little triangle there. And my question is, you know, those are they're basketball courts. You know, besides maybe an emergency vehicle going over there, why would we want vehicles going over there? There's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4. How many? 7 parking stalls. So, you know, why would we want to even allow cars to go over in that area? And so, and I'm, you know, 10,000 in the grand scheme of things in capital, or how much we've been spending, maybe it doesn't sound a lot, but do we need to spend those $10,000 on that? Just because we're allowing cars to go there when we really don't need to be?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to delete those parking places and just black them out and not allow cars there, but they have been using them. The truck traffic, I'm not as familiar with the site as other district people may be, but you know, there are other reasons that cars will use it. You know, maybe a teacher that's loading or unloading supplies rather than parking. And it's just sort of a natural thing for them to cut that corner. And if it wasn't for the fact that it was a play area and that loose gravel not only can damage the new surface put in there, but it can also be a slipping hazard for anybody when we resume classes that will be using the basketball court. It wouldn't otherwise be an issue if it was just a parking lot.
Any other questions? Member Grindle?
Yes, I guess I'm wondering why the loops were damaged. Was it our fault that the loops weren't noted, or did the contractor make an error?
No, they were not noted because over the years, the district must have done a subsequent project and overlaid that area, so they were invisible. They couldn't be detected when they were doing their initial demolition.
Okay, thank you.
And so that asphalt area is discretionary. The loop is something, you know, it was asked for by the site and maintenance. It's prudent if that's where you want to allocate your money. The loop is something that is necessary.
No, my question really is about whose fault it is, not whether it's necessary.
Yeah, well, I don't know if there's any questions. I'm very comfortable with replacing the sensor. I'm not comfortable with spending $10,000 on. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me personally. Okay.
I mean, even in the worst case scenario, you could have just put some abandoned furniture there that people know that they wouldn't cut short, right? I mean, because rarely do I see people that really spending money. So because the car will be more comfortable making a right turn. That's, I mean, when we do stop sign, we generally we watch out for ourselves, right?
Yeah, I want to request that we not put furniture out there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Grindal.
Oh, file
For
cabinets.
clarification, isn't there a berm or an asphalt curb there or a berm too? But
No, there's no berm right now.
that corner.
No, currently existing, there's no berm over there.
Okay, all right.
So my only question is that, is it a true safety hazard if we don't make the adjustment?
I don't think you all called it a safety hazard, right? I think it's the risk of eroding the new asphalt on the basketball courts. Is that?
Yeah, it's more of an added feature so that we're protecting, that area there and the investment, with the new paving at the basketball court.
I don't know. The amount of traffic that we get there, the number, but
What will be
anyway,
the cost of just installing the curbside, like the curbside you generally see when you make a right turn?
A curb.
Can I suggest that we bring back another option? I know what you're talking about, Member Zhang. I mean, what, just like a little curb, like I've had it done in my mom's house. So to minimize that or change the use of that space. And 10K is 10K that we can use in a high traffic environment in another school. But so let me ask here, do we want to go ahead? This is a question to staff. Do you want to bring back another option, or do you want us to go ahead and vote as the motion as is, which is the 10K for the aesthetics, if you will?
Well, I mean, if it's to protect the basketball courts, because I know that once soccer season gets back going and stuff like that, parents do tend to park back there on those basketball courts. And unfortunately, because we don't have it blocked off, that, I mean, over time, it is going to, cause some damage to those courts. And
I think that, yeah, that's a good point though, because I've been there and cars park on the basketball court. So even though we're paving $10,000 to protect the the gravel, it's still not preventing from cars actually driving on top of that, right? So I don't know that we're thinking through what do we really want to do to protect that space if that's what we're after. Anyhow, so.
At this point, this is what we're recommending. We feel it's the best solution for the situation. So,
recognize that the motion includes both items. So if one of them doesn't carry, the other one won't carry either. Okay, so that would
Or you don't have the option to choose one and not the other?
that was my ask of staff, if you would like us to vote on one and bring back some additional recommendations for.
Yeah, I think that would be, I think that would be fine if that's what if the board wants to do that. I think that we could then definitely go back to the drawing board with the with that triangle there and think about what other options there are that might be more palatable.
Okay. So Ms. Gutierrez, would have to then amend the motion?
Yeah, that is correct. Currently, the motion is staff recommends the board approve the change order number 2 for the paving project as presented. So if there is a modification, we'll rescind. If Member Zhang can,
I'll rescind.
Member Grindal and Member Zhang can rescind their motions and second.
The motion.
I will.
Thank you.
Can I then get a new motion to approve paving, what's the word verbiage here? Change order number 2, paving project with the proposed change in the order of 4,500. Is that the cleanest way for the censor? Okay.
I move.
Hill moves.
I'll second.
Member Nguyen seconds.
And I'm just so I can get clarity. So it says the new motion is to approve the change order number 2 with a proposed change of $4,500 for the sensor.
For the sensor repair.
Well, it says install 2 detector loops at traffic signal. So I think you want to be specific, yes.
So with the proposed change of only using 4,500. That's what I need clarity on what
Yes,
the instruction is.
so it's the 4,500 for the replacement of the traffic loop. I think that's clear enough. Okay. Sorry, did we have a motion and a second? Yes, we did have a motion and a second there. Okay, if we can please vote on board docs. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So we do, look forward to, we get that we do need to protect the basketball court. So, but maybe it's a little bit of a broader plan to protect that space. Thank you. Okay, and finally, change order number 1, additional work for flooring project. May I have a motion and a second?
I move to discuss.
Okay, may I have a
Second that.
second? Member Hill moves, Member Grindle seconds. And Superintendent?
Great, thank you. So Ms. Stella Cruz can introduce this one as well, another change order.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Triplett. This change order is the first change order for the flooring project at Newark Memorial High School. And there's also some additional work that we got proposals for. That's part of the bond projects that were on the priority list. And I'm going to have Mr. Ralph Caputo and Mr. Bazar go through the details of the change order and the additional work.
Thank you. The main project was $446,000, 145. And that work is essentially complete now. We're completing punch list review and closing out. During the course of the work, the site and maintenance identified a number of other areas that they would like done. And these are the rooms that are presented in the board package tonight. I do want to recap the budget for this. The budget for the flooring was $1 million. And the base contract was $446,145. There was an additional cost to do moisture testing so we can mitigate where the areas were that needed additional moisture testing. That was $7,000. So the balance remaining at that point in time is $546,055. In addition, as part of the priority flooring, there was work that was proposed at Birch Grove Intermediate School for some office flooring, and that is $19,380. There's additional areas at Memorial High School that we can walk through if the board has any questions on that for $54,880. And at Schilling, there was work that was prioritized in that $1 million budget for VCT with game lines in the multipurpose room at $42,050. And against that $1 million budget, we also had our oversight and design and bid packaging for this at $48,000. So if these items are desired by the board and approved, it will leave a balance remaining of $382,545 that can be used for other district priorities, because this will effectively complete the list that the board had originally approved in February, plus these additional areas.
Guess my question is the 48,000 that we're paying the RGM Kramer procurement and the procurement and the management services. Is this, it is paying them because they are somehow helping out with the 3 additional flooring plan, or what?
No, we are the district's agents and program and construction managers. So we reviewed the list with the district. We've been meeting with the district. We prioritized it. We did not need an architect for this one. We did the original bid package and the negotiation of the CMAS agreement with JB Flooring. And so it was for all of that planning work and then our daily and continued oversight in managing the project and doing all the board preparation and closeout documentation. It's a budget that we established, and we are doing it on a time and expense basis. We expect to close it out at or below this amount, and we did not need to increase it based on this additional scope because we think we're trending on that budget pretty well.
Well, I guess my question is still, I think I did ask this to the superintendent before the meeting. I guess I need to clarify the question. I wasn't asking where the funding source is. I was asking this 48,000 is a charge on, what is the reason for this additional $48,000 charge? Because I believe this, that's my question. Or this 48,000 has already been charged. Because even though I know the thing that we're approving today does not include this 48,000, right? If I'm correct.
Right, I'm doing a recap of the entire budget, but it does include that amount, because when we did put the CMAS agreement out, it was not in that part of it. So it's part of the overall budget. And when we look at the projects, and as I've explained in previous meetings, we look at the overall budget and whether we need architects, inspectors, civil or geotechnical engineers. We don't do it above the project that was designed with the board. We try and include everything within that budget item the best we can.
Yeah, so that just clarify my question. So that 48,000, because it's not included in today's approval, that's already been sort of approved by the board in a previous action. I think by in a previous vote, right?
Yeah, that was actually part of the contract with the project management services.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess it is being ratified in a sense at this meeting.
Member Hill?
Yeah, so again, I'm new to a lot of this, but I'm just curious, is there some kind of like facilities master plan, where, essentially a whole list of potential, improvements have been brainstormed and prioritized. And then, because it sounds like what you're saying is that we put together a blanket purchase order. I mean, we allocated a certain amount, and your initial first piece, has been, allocated, but now you're coming back against that blanket purchase order. I mean, is that sort of a correct statement?
No, this is a bond program that was issued by the district many years ago.
Okay.
There were other district consultants involved. That program essentially finished a year or so ago. What we're doing now is we were hired to come in and help the district plan and execute and administer contracts for the remaining dollars. There were, I can't remember, about $8 million of remaining funds that were not spent. And the board went through a number of prioritization sessions to determine what the district's priorities were, and they allocated budgets to certain line items. And that's what we're doing is following those guidelines and
So these additional things that we're looking at
They were
right
all
now,
based-
these additional were already pre-identified potential improvements, and now we're just getting around to going after them. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right, Member Hill.
Okay.
We have a list of priorities for the remainder of the Measure G bond money. There's about 7.8 million. And
Okay, and this is on the list.
This is on the list.
Okay, because the only thing that just sort of concerned me a little bit, and maybe it was just wording, was that, you know, sort of, I mean, it sounded like maybe somebody at the school had an idea that, hey, this would be a good, you know, a good idea. And I'm just hoping that there's some larger strategic, you know, view of this, and it's not just somebody saying, you know, this would be a nice project to do.
Right.
Yeah, I think we can proceed to vote.
Yes, am I on mute? No. Ms. Gutierrez, can you please repeat the motion?
Staff recommends the approval of change order number 1 for additional flooring work at the Newark Memorial High School to the J.B. Jordan California Multiple Awards Schedule, CMAS, agreement approved by the board on August 6, 2020, and for additional prioritized flooring work at Birch Grove Intermediate School and August Schilling School Elementary, and approve the revised budget as presented. Motion made by Member Hill and second by Member Grindal.
Thank you. Okay, I'll ask for a voice vote. Member Zhang,
Yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Nguyen,
Yes.
and Member Grindal.
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So the motion carries and change order number 1 is approved. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to item 16, which is student expulsions. Student discipline, actually, let me see. So the first item is staff recommends the termination of expulsion order E1817-17. May I get a motion and a second, please?
I move to terminate the expulsion.
Thank you.
I
Get a
second.
second. Member Nguyen seconds. If there are no questions, I will ask for the vote. Okay.
So, sorry, I don't really understand this. Can you explain what this means?
Oh, sorry. So these are the terminations. Oh, well, I guess I'll let Superintendent answer.
I think you had it, President Martinez. Yeah, this is this is an expulsion who's being terminated. In other words, the term of the expulsion or the expulsion itself is being eliminated. So
they're reinstated.
That's right. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right.
It's getting late. I was losing the term too. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Reinstated.
So in some cases reinstated, or there's a case right where they've now graduated, so it's no longer in our purview. So there's the different reasons for the termination of the expulsion order.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please vote. Member Zhang,
Yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Grindal,
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. So item 16.1 is approved. 16.2 is the termination of expulsion order E1920-04. May I have a motion and a second to approve?
I move to terminate the expulsion.
I'll second.
Member Zhang moves, Member Nguyen seconds. and I will ask for the vote. Member Zhang,
Yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Grindle,
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. And the last one is, so the motion carries. Thank you. All ayes. 16.3 is termination of expulsion order E1920-07. May I have a motion and a second, please, to approve?
I move to terminate the expulsion.
Second.
Member Zhang moves, Member Grindle seconds. We'll ask for the vote. Member Zhang,
Yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Grindle,
Yes.
Member Nguyen,
Yes.
and my vote is yes as well. So the motion carries and item 16.3 is approved. Thank you. With that, we move to item 17, which is the consent agenda personnel items. May I have a motion and a second to approve?
I move to approve the personnel report as presented.
Thank you. Have a second?
I second.
Member Nguyen seconds. Please vote. Member Zhang,
Yes.
Member Hill,
Sorry. Yes.
Member Grindle,
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. And motion carries. So item 17.1 is approved. Next is the consent agenda non-personnel items. May I have a motion and a second to approve 18.1 through 18.4?
I move to approve 18.1 through 18.4.
May I have a second? I'll
I
second.
second.
Member Nguyen, I'm sorry, Member Zhang move. Member Nguyen seconds.
Yes.
Okay. And
Thank you.
please vote. Okay.
I don't really see the board voting.
The board docs, Ms. Gutierrez. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Thank you. Okay, Member Zhang,
yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Grindle,
Yes.
Member Nguyen,
Yes.
and my vote is yes as well. So motion carries. Consent agenda items, non-personnel items are approved. And with that, we move to item 19, which is Board of Education committees, committee reports. It's the first item, 19.1. Does anybody have anything to report? I will just briefly mention that this week I attended two, was it this week? Maybe one the previous week or late the previous week. One was the Mission Valley ROP meeting where we learned about Chef Scrocky and his honor and just some funding information that we've received. We're still waiting to see some final numbers there, but looking really good. The leadership of the council rotates every year. And I believe Newark is due to chair the meetings this year. So I will be chairing those meetings starting next year. The next, I think we met on the SELPA committee this week.
It was this week, yeah.
It was this
a long
week.
time
It was
ago.
a long time ago. So there was quite a bit of information shared. It was my first meeting, to be honest with you. So I think it was just really a lot of learning. So I look forward to, it bringing back and a couple of us bringing back more reports on SELPA activity. Okay. If nobody has any other committee reports, I will go ahead and move to watching the clock. announcements, requests, and discussion from the board members. So we'll go ahead with you, Member Hill. Do you have any specific questions or requests?
Yeah, I just, I'd like to see if we could, for our next meeting, if we could have an agenda item where we talk about the plan for the consolidation. And, I'd like to request that we kind of see a governance structure for how the project's going to be managed. And ideally, and I've spoken briefly with Dr. Triplett about this, but ideally having a project manager. It can be an internal person, and it doesn't necessarily have to be full-time, but somebody that's accountable and describe the team, a project plan, and then a budget, because I think that those are going to be important. And part of my concern, not only from being a project manager for much of my career, but also I understand that in a merger in our earlier history that there wasn't that level of planning, and there actually were some cost overruns. And so, and given our precarious financial state, I think it's prudent that we, try to plan in advance so we don't have any unanticipated expenses. So that's my request.
Okay. That makes sense, Superintendent, and rest of board.
Yes, yeah. I'm just thinking about the timing. The 7th of January might be a little premature. It might be better if we could bring that the second session of January, if that's okay with the board.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Member Hill, and welcome once again.
Thank you.
Member Grindle.
Yes, I'd like to, and this also doesn't have to be on the 7th, but I'd like to hear a report about sort of the strategy towards marketing the district and attracting enrollment that way. So I'd like to hear a report from the superintendent about what we're doing and what we might do.
I think that one, maybe we can look at that in February or March, because that's generally when we start the enrollment and registration season. Particularly, I really want to see a fully functional website, because last year at this time, I did a live demo that 80% of the registration fail on the mobile device. Doesn't go.
Before we move on to you, Member Zhang, so again, Member Grindle, I think, okay, so yes, I think the request typically, so when the request comes, the idea is before, we all kind of shake our heads to it and have consensus that, yeah, this is something. So I think we all agree, we definitely want to do that. Timing, of course, as soon as possible, Superintendent. I think to Member Zhang's point, I mean, obviously there's some critical times there, but yeah, I think certainly in the next month or two, I think it'd be great to be able to see that.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Member Zhang?
I just want to wish everybody a safe holiday season.
Thank you. You too. Member Nguyen.
Hi. I too want to wish everybody a safe holiday season. But as you know, this is the end of the year, and I was reading through a couple of things, and I ran across the Stewart Foundation, which they partner with the CDE and also give grants out to a lot of the schools to bridge inequities and stuff like that. So Sophie Vanelli, she's the president, and in one of her statement, it really resonated with me. So I'm going to read it to you guys. It says, our democracy cannot succeed without a robust and inequitable public education system. We will sustain our vision for a society that has diverse, inclusive, vibrant, and equitable schools that are a place where young people have a voice and where they learn how to use it powerfully now and in the future. And then she also quotes another lady, Grace Lee Boggs, and this lady stated, you cannot change any society unless you take responsibility for it, unless you see yourself as belonging to it and responsible for changing it. So I just felt that that was really important to wrap up the end of the year. I know that this year we've met a lot of challenges, not only within our own community, but nationwide in terms of the pandemic. And also the systemic racism that has come to the forefront in so many communities nationwide, and it is right here in, you know, looking right at us. So I hope that everyone takes the time to really do some self-reflection towards the end of the year, and that we bridge and remember to be much kinder, more kind, more have empathy towards others as we go into the new year, and bring this year to a close, and just brighten up next year so much. So I just want to wish everybody a happy holiday, and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, everything. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. So first of all, wanted to say, Ms. Saavedra, this is the last meeting that you're having with us. So want to wish you just a great experience in our down the street in our neighbors district. Thank you for everything that you've done to support our families and our students. And we really just want to wish you the best of experiences there. So thank you so much. What a year it has been. This is my last meeting as president, before we hand the gavel over to Member Zhang. The next meeting, I just wanted to thank all of staff for all of the support, for putting up with for me and my grouchy tones sometimes, which is only my passion coming through. But I just wanted to, I never could have imagined the type of challenges and the important set of activities that this board, embarked on, from, hiring our superintendent to figuring out how to move through this pandemic, through, coming up with coming through some very difficult decisions about our district and our makeup from a configuration perspective. It's been very, very challenging, but so proud of the work that we've done together. And this is, as I look now, we have a refresh, if you will, in our board. So just really looking forward to working with you all. To Member, I would call you Member Fung again. Remember when, to your point about recentering us in terms of what we're doing here, it's really worthwhile work, right? Which is making sure we're supporting our kids who, in many instances, are working against a lot of odds. I won't say all odds, but a lot of odds. So again, very proud to have gotten through the year with you all. Especially call out to you, Ms. Gutierrez, for all the support in helping me navigate the role, but all of us navigate so many different things and activities and how we run meetings in virtual environments. So thank you for all of your support. And with that, I'll hand that back to Superintendent Triplett for your concluding remarks.
Thank you. I want to echo Member Zhun's comments about being safe. I meet with the public health director every week, and as I'm sure you all are aware, cases are higher than they've ever been. So really want to encourage everyone to continue to practice all the things that we know are going to keep us safe, and encourage others to do it as well. And just really taking this pandemic seriously. And just want to appreciate everybody. These first 6 months of my experience here in Newark have been a whirlwind. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Super fun, exhausting, and occasionally exasperating, but not really. And just so grateful for the board, and for the amazing team that I have in the district, and really grateful for our teachers and all the staff. This last week, we've been able to experience staff coming together, making donations of gifts to families, been able to give away a whole bunch of different both food and gifts for families in need. And I know that's going to continue next week, even Christmas Eve. Dr. Wendy, who was with us today, and her staff are doing a tremendous giveaway at Schilling on Christmas Eve. And so it's really reflective of what an incredible community this is, how much care and love there is here. And so I'm grateful to be amongst you. And Ms. Saavedra, we wish you all the best. We will miss you. We know you're not far, and we also have your cell phone number, so you can expect some phone calls. But yeah, take care, and thank you for all that you've done for Newark.
Thank you so much. And if I may just have a few seconds to thank you for the opportunity, professionally and spiritually, and everything that I've learned through my years with Newark. It's been such a blessing to have the opportunity to get to know everybody. I've met wonderful, wonderful people, and I couldn't agree with you more. One of the traits that I take with me and will always carry with me is that Newark is such a great community, and despite it all, it always rises to the top. So I'm going to miss you all, and thank you and congratulations to the new board members. And I know that with your contributions, you're only going to help this district be stronger. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been an honor.
Thank you, Ms. Saavedra, for your service.
Thank you.
Okay, and with those concluding remarks, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.
Let's go, new board members.
I second.
Okay, Member Hill Member Zhang moves, Member Hill seconds, and just a voice vote, please. Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindle?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
And my vote is a yes as well. So meeting is adjourned at 10:57 p.m. Have a wonderful evening and a wonderful
Happy holidays.
Stay safe, everyone.
Take care, everybody.
Happy
Thank
holidays.
you.
Bye.
Happy holidays.